Bonus question.
Hey, you guys. How's it going? Happy Friday to everybody. Thank you for all your well wishes. Last week I was not feeling well and I missed the live stream and I'm so very sorry, but I'm here tonight. I'm feeling much better. I can breathe out my nose. I'm not coughing and sneezing every 10 seconds, so it's a win. So glad you guys are joining me tonight. Thank you so very much. Hello to everybody that's here every week, my OGs, my people. Hello, hello. And to all of those of you who are new here, hi. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. My name is Natalie. This is my channel, my so-called Gen X Life. Every Friday night, we like to get together and talk about all things 70s, 80s, and 90s. And tonight's subject is a good one. We're going to have so much fun. On Tuesday or Wednesday, the New York Times published a ginormous article titled "Is Gen X the Greatest Generation?" And tonight we are going to read through that article. And if there's any, I haven't read it yet. I wanted to wait and read it with you guys. And so we're going to read through the article. And if there's anything that they're referencing in there, pop culture wise, we might take a look at it. Who knows? We'll see what happens. And so we're going to read through that tonight. And we are also going to celebrate the 100th birthday of Dick Van Dyke. We're going to look at a little Mary Poppins, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, the Dick Van Dyke Show, all the fun things that he did for our childhood. I freaking love Dick Van Dyke, so I'm super excited. He's turning 100 at midnight. We're also going to scroll through my social media and see some Gen X different posts. And who knows what else. I'll read your super chats. We will have a good time. And yeah, could be here for an hour, could be here for 5. Who knows? We'll see what happens. So glad you guys are here tonight. Let me bring up my comments so I can see who's here. Hello. Happy hands. Hello. Lisa Ramos Montalvo. Hello. Doxson, Heath Caster, Spring Rain 9438, Matthew Baduria, Zach, what's up? Batsexo, hello. Living and Active 116, Heart 321, Suds, hello. Matt Periolat, hello. Doxson, Batso. Nightfall 78, new member. That deserves an applause. Woo-hoo. Thank you so much for joining the channel. I just started a new member feature, which is going to be some daily Gen X trivia. So be sure to check that out. We might have a little contest with who can answer the most questions every week. I haven't figured it out yet, but we're going to get there. So thank you so much. Welcome. All right. Did I get everyone that's here? Savantically Eldetic, hello. How are you? Did I get everybody? Dale Glassmeyer's here. Robert Rodriguez, of course. Vector Cruel. You guys, Joint Specialist TV. Hello. You guys are just coming on hard. Herbal Earthshot's here. Hi. Oh my gosh. Thank you guys so much for showing up. We're going to have a good time tonight. Heath only knew one of the 4 trivia questions I posted today. Hey, that's good though, because you don't want all the, like, every Gen X trivia quiz is always like, what movie started Marty McFly in 1985? Like, it's all easy stuff. So I didn't want to go totally easy. I wanted to challenge you. So, you'll get there. Jessica Lee, what up, girl? How is it going? What would we get if there win the contest, if there is any? I'm not sure yet. This is all a new thing. This is feedback that I'm getting from my members. They were wanting to know if we could maybe have a contest, and so that is a possibility. What you would win, maybe an upgraded membership, or I don't know, some kind of a DVD pack. I don't know. We'll see. This is a work in progress. Hello, Eclectic Deb. Hello. Okay. So here is, I want to show you guys, this is pretty cool. This was a ginormous article. And I read the first 2 lines and I was like, nope, I'm stopping. I'm going to read this on Friday night with my people. And we're going to go through it. And we're going to talk about it and see if we agree with the argument put forward. Is Gen X the greatest generation? I will say that my take going into this is that the greatest generation is the greatest generation. The people that gave birth to the boomers. That was their only flaw. But the greatest generation built so much of our country. And we're talking, just again, this is going to be an America-focused, American-centric conversation. I grew up in America. 95% of my audience is American. So for those of you that are international, I would love to hear your comments and suggestions and input as well. But this will be an America-focused conversation. But the greatest generation, literally, I see some of the highways and the buildings and the things that the greatest generation built around our country that's still standing, the things that they built for this country and the war that they fought, how many of them died at war. So I think the greatest generation is probably the greatest generation, but I think Gen X is a very, very close second. That's my kind of idea going into this article. Oh my goodness. BatsoXO, $2. Thank you. Got fired because cancer treatment, but small token. Oh my gosh. Well, thank you so very much. I appreciate that. Oh my goodness, going through cancer treatment. I understand what that's like. I'm a caretaker for my dad. He's currently going through cancer treatment. So I know what that's like. Oh my goodness. Well, thank you so much for the contribution to the channel. I super appreciate it. And I hope that you get through your battle, and I hope that things go well for you. So thank you so much, BatsXO. Crouching Taylor, Hidden Swift, $2. Saw a Cure concert film in the theater, bro. Nice. I've never been a big fan of The Cure. There's a couple of songs at The Cure. I mean, I get that The Cure is kind of, and I probably should revisit them a little bit, but that wasn't a big part of my childhood, but there were a few songs. Nice. Concert films are always a good time. Haven't been to, and like, I've only been to like one, like at a theater, but they're fun. They're cool. All right. What do I want for Christmas? What do I want for Christmas? Personally, I want a standing desk and desk treadmill, and that's what I'm buying myself for Christmas. Do I want to say like world peace and all that good stuff? No. I don't know. I want time with my family and my friends, and I want for all of us to have good time with our family and friends. That's what I want for Christmas. Family is so important, and so that's what I want. Everybody to focus on family and friends. Okay. Yeah, you want Northern Lights? Well, that's true. My smoking tonight is I'm doing a watermelon and a Dole Whip flavor for my vapes tonight, just so you know. So yeah. Tiffany Gray. Hi, I'm a millennial born in 87. Hello, millennial. And I would have to agree that Gen X is one of the best generations ever. And I love your channel so much. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Jessica Lee. She wants no copyright strikes, more subs, and more vapes. That is correct. You know me so well. Oh, you know me so well. I put myself out there. I'm an open book. Ooh, a Frost Blueberry cartridge. That sounds very good, Grendelson. Okay, guys, let's read this article. I'm super excited about it. It's going to be a good time. Anytime you have anything that you want to put it in the comments. I'll try to keep up with your comments the best I can. Obviously, the best way to get my attention is with the super chat or be a member. That will get you priority. All right, let's scroll up here. This was written by Amanda Fortini. Let's see let's give her a shout out. Oh, there's no picture here, but she is the author of this article. So Amanda Fortini for the New York Times. All right. You guys ready for this? This is going to be fun. Okay. This is a long article, my guys, just so you know. This is like as long as one of my video scripts. So it's going to be like a 45-minute article. Okay. Remind me later. Split. Let me make this a little bit bigger. Boom. Okay. Here we go. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Quick super chat. K Sakwayama. Member? Yes. 5 pounds. Hi, Natalie. I love your laugh and smile. Well, thank you so very much. Curious question. As you admitted you had a crush on D'Angelo, how would you react if he asked you out for a date? Well, I mean, are we talking about like 1999? Me and D'Angelo? Because obviously D'Angelo did pass away not long ago, which is so sad. May he rest in peace. If he would have asked me out on a date, like say, in the height of my crush, in the late 90s, early 2000s, I would have definitely said yes. The thing is, though, about stars, celebrities, no matter if they're in the music or sports field, it's very, that's not somebody that you'd want to, it'd be hard to have a relationship with somebody that was a celebrity or somebody that was at a level of their career that, where they had to put that much work into it. Like, when you're at a high level athlete, high level musician, actor, or business, like in a CEO, like if you're at a high level in your career, having somebody like that to, be a partner with in life or to date would be very, very difficult to marry. You'd have to go in with certain understandings and expectations. But I mean, of course, if D'Angelo was going to ask me out, I'd be like, absolutely yes. But, and I'm just, I always take the realistic answer instead of the fantasy answer, but fantasy, yes, absolutely. Realistically, dating a celebrity would be very, very difficult. So that's my answer. Of course, I would say yes. That video, I don't know if you were here on the night that we did the live stream where we watched his Untitled video. How does it feel? And oh my gosh, I about fell out my chair. Brown sugar babe, that's right. Okay, let's get to this article. Written once again, get her name. I don't want to. Amanda Fortini. 1984 was the year I graduated. Oh, sorry, 1994. I can't even read. 1994 was the year I graduated from high school and the year Kurt Cobain died. All right, really quick. I graduated in 1995. So me and this girl are very close in age. Okay. 1994 was the year I graduated from high school and the year Kurt Cobain died. I remember coming home from school in suburban Illinois on that April afternoon, turning on the TV and seeing the MTV news anchor Kurt Loder report that the 27-year-old lead singer and guitarist for Nirvana had been found dead by suicide in Seattle. It was also the year the country watched live as the police chased O.J. Simpson's white Ford Bronco across the freeways of Los Angeles. On a slouchy brown couch in a wood-paneled basement, my boyfriend and I sat riveted, along with 95 million other Americans. Ours was the last generation knit together by broadcast television, anxious to know how this strange cinematic happening might end. In 1994, Bill Clinton was president. The North American Free Trade Agreement had just taken effect. Ugh. And the figure skater Nancy Kerrigan was clubbed on the knee, an attack orchestrated by her rival Tonya Harding's ex-husband, 5 weeks before the Winter Olympics. It was the year Friends and ER first aired, as did the lone season of The Lovely But Doomed My So-Called Life. Hey! Natural Born Killers, Pulp Fiction, Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, The Mask, Dumb and Dumber, and Legends in the Fall were playing in theaters. And Kevin Smith's Clerks, the black and white film about a pair of smartasses with dead-end jobs that would become a cult classic, debuted at Sundance. Wow. when you start like listing all of the things that were going on in pop culture and entertainment and the news and everything in 94, it's truly incredible. Truly, truly incredible. Okay. An astonishing number of consequential albums came out in 1994. Oh my gosh, this ought to be good. Holes lived through this. Nirvana's MTV Unplugged in New York, Nas's Illmatic, Liz Phair's Whip Smart, Tori Amos's Under the Pink, Mary J. Blige's My Life, R.E.M's Monster, Beck's Mellow Gold, Pavement's Crooked Rain, The Notorious B.I.G.'s Ready to Die, Oasis's Definitely Maybe, Jeff Buckley's Grace, and on and on and on. Holy crap. Seriously. The thing is, here's the thing about Gen X pop culture, or 80s and 90s pop culture, and we got to be honest about it. Now, more so in the 80s than the 90s, but our pop culture was all done by boomers until we get into, the late 80s, early like 90s, and we get into our music, our bands and stuff that are Gen X. But am I wrong here? Do you agree that especially, the 70s definitely was done by boomers and Greatest Generation, but Gen X wasn't creating the pop culture until the 90s. Do we agree or disagree? Oh, of all those songs you listed, I knew absolutely none of them. Really? These were albums. So Nirvana's MTV Unplugged, Mary J. Blige's My Life. Oh my gosh. Tori Amos Under the Pink. Interesting. So you didn't know any of them. How could kids create pop culture? Well, child actors, kids in the Goonies, kids in E.T., Michael J. Fox and Back to the Future. So that's how I would feel kids creating pop culture. But in the 90s, our generation started making music, making movies and all that. So that's what I meant. Yeah. Yeah. You knew some songs on them. Here's a Mary J song from that year. We'll listen to a couple. We'll hit a couple of them. But we can't do a bunch of the song because copyright. Oh, this is from What's the 411. I thought that was the same. Okay, My Life. What year was My Life was 90. What's the 411? What year was that? 92. All right, I'm still playing it. This is one of my favorite Mary songs, but I got her albums mixed up. I surely did. This is a 92 album, but it's still okay. Not 94. I'll actually do a song that's from one of the things that she just said. MTV Unplugged Nirvana. I'll pull that up. You'll at least know the 3. So just 4 months before he passed away. So, okay, what else did she mention? Let's do Beck's Mellow Gold. Beck's Mellow Gold. God, we listened to so much Beck in the 90s. I get all of his albums confused too. Okay. If you don't know this, I think I might have to take away your Gen X card. A little bit more of this. Because definitely once we get to the chorus, if you don't know it yet, you'll know it. Because one thing about this song is our generation, Generation X, especially because Generation X did not get their name until the 90s. I have a video about this called What is Generation X? It's Complicated. So we were called the latchkey kids in the 80s. We were called the post-baby boomers for a long time. We didn't have our name until early 90s. Douglas Copeland wrote a book called Generation X about young people in their 20s around 1990. And that was called Generation X. And then the generational theory from Strauss and Howe, Neil Strauss or William Strauss and Neil Howe they are amazing generational theory authors. And they were the first to define Gen X as 1961 to 1981. And they made that, they did that in 1991 was the year that came out. So we were called the slacker generation. We were called the loser generation. We were the ones, like the baby boomers were the go-getters and go do things. And we were the ones that wanted to opt out of everything and, damn the man and Rage Against the Machine kind of. So but we weren't getting anything from the boomers. The boomers were in power in politics and in power in business and in power in everything and creating everything and ruling everything. And we kind of opted out of that. A lot of us did anyways, which were good things, which was good and bad in a lot of ways, but we were very different from our boomer parents. Okay. Let's get back to the article. Okay. I tell you all this in part because my memories of 1994 provide a neat time capsule of the era. The collective TV viewing, the after-school aloneness, the wood-paneled basement, but also to establish by Gen X cred. I was there for its watershed moments. I was steeped in its remarkable art and culture. I existed then, even if I don't have any iPhone photos or Facebook posts to prove it. I was born in 1976, towards the end of the generation that includes individuals born between 1965 and 1980. Okay, hold on real fast. I posted a video this past week called Gen X Celebrities and Commercials Before They Were Famous. And I included the Strauss and Howe definition, 1961 to 1981, as well as the Harvard definition of 1965 to 1984. And I will tell you, I had people all up in my comments being like, actually, the first generation Xer was born on January 1st, 1965, and it ends in 1980. And I'm like, Pew Research came up with that definition in 2014. It's a bunch of garbage, and I reject it. So no, in my opinion, and on this channel, I will not be restricting to 1965 to 1980. I include Generation Jones, which is the babies from the early 60s, and the Zennials, babies from the early 80s. That's how I do it. That's how we're going to do it on this channel. And if you don't like it, I'm very, very sorry, but that's my rules, and that's how we're going to do it. I reject the pew. Okay. So yeah, because generation, there's a lot, just like there's Zennials, just like there's the hybrids. I'm a hybrid. I'm a Zennial. I'm a Gen Xer with a little dash of millennial people because I had some electronics in my life earlier than the older Gen Xers did, right? But there's also the Generation Jones. There's the cuspers from the boomers to the Gen X, and then there's the cuspers from Gen X to millennial. And there's such gray areas on the ends. And it's a lot up for debate, but 1965 to 1980, I don't like. That's just me. Okay. 1972, baby, you are solid Gen X through and through. If you were born in the 70s, you are absolutely Gen X, no question. Yeah, they're cuspers, because, and they're, it's interesting because, and again, it's because of technology changes. It's because of technology and cultural changes. And they've happened so much faster in the last 30, 40 years than they were, happening in the first part of the 20th century. So, it's a fun discussion, and I don't want it to be something that's like up, like there's no need to like get mad about it or argue over it. To me, I think that, you know, there's some blurry gray lines at the end of the generations. So you just can't be like the first Generation Xer was born on January 1st, 1965. Like, that's just not how I roll. I don't live my life like that. And I'm not going to let some random research center decide something like that in 2014. Like, no, we're not doing that. Oh, man. Okay. Take a hit. Let's get back to the article. All right, so she says she was born in 76, towards the end of the generation that includes individuals born before 1965 and 80. I would say 1961 to 1981, 1964 to 1984, somewhere in there. I include late 80s and early 60s. Though there's widespread confusion about these parameters. There we go. The consensus, particularly among elder Gen Xers, the cuspers of 61 to 64, who sometimes get grouped into the micro-demographic called Generation Jones, is that the endpoints were mysteriously revised, but no one seems to know why or when or by whom. Oh my God. Thank you. I have been arguing with people in my comment section of my videos for months over this. A 2020 Pew Research Center article, see that damn Pew Research, notes that generations are analytical constructs and explains that it takes time for popular and expert consensus to develop as to the precise boundaries that demarcate one generation from another. Online, where generational warfare is waged these days, many hold that the real Gen X ranges 1961 to 1981. Hey, look at there. Beginning when fertility rates declined, soon after the Food and Drug Administration's 1960 approval of the birth control pill. That's Strauss and Howe theory. The stakes of the argument are high. No one wants to be a millennial or a boomer. I love that. No one wants to be a millennial or a boomer. Oh my goodness. Woo! K-Sec Wayama, 2 pounds. Thank you so much. Natalie, how do you feel about the ending of MTV? I'm a little confused about it because I've heard it's only international channels that are being shut down, but American MTV is remaining. I don't know if that's the case for sure. I need to look into it to find out. But if it's truly coming to an end, it's sad. But honestly, MTV ended about 20 years ago, unfortunately. But it's just the whole world of TV, broadcasting, cable is just the world that we grew up in no longer exists. And it's just crazy to me. I never thought that we would lose TV or movies like we have. And it's super, super sad. It's just the new world that we live in. I feel bad for the musical world and kids with their music these days. It's all computer generated AI slop with auto-tune. Oh man. Okay. No one wants to be a millennial or a boomer. I like that. I should probably make that a t-shirt. Like my so-called Gen X life. Make that my t-shirt and then have a line on the back that says no one wants to be a boomer or a millennial. That would be fun. Actually, I'm going to write that down. Oh, okay. Still, a 2017 Harvard University Joint Center for Housing Studies article placed Gen X at 1965 to 1984. This girl, I swear to God, if she hasn't been watching my channel, she needs to. Recasting 4 years of millennials as Gen Xers, in part because using 20-year age spans for each generation makes it easier to compare them. It also renders much generational theorizing meaningless. The original Gen Xers offer some clarity. Douglas Copeland, the author of the 1991 novel Generation X, Tales for an Accelerated Culture, which gave the cohort its name, was born in 1961. The title, he said, was inspired by the cultural historian Paul Fussel's class, A Guide to the American Status System. in which Fussell designates an X category of people who, as Copeland once put it, wanted to hop off the merry-go-round of status, money, and social climbing that so often frames modern existence, an inclination shared by the trio of disengaged characters in Copeland's book. That makes a lot of sense. So Copeland, the guy who named Generation X, says that he defines it as people who wanted to hop off the merry-go-round of status, money, and social climbing that so often frames modern existence. There's a lot of truth to that, I think. It is a complex question. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's odd. Just like he said, the reason that he called us Generation X, because again, Copeland was the first one to call the post-baby boomer generation Generation X. I understand there was a band called Generation X and that the term was around earlier, but Copeland just said the reason that he chose Generation X is because X was a category of people who wanted to get away from the money, status, and social climbing that our culture had become in the 80s. Okay. 90s pop culture was secretly being hijacked and co-opted by corporations. In a lot of ways, yes. In a lot of ways. I mean, the music industry is always, and TV and movies. I mean, I could really go into this like really seriously. Like the 96 Telecommunications Act was a horrible, horrible bill because it allowed companies to own more than one media outlet in a market. And so that allowed all of these companies to merge and to have like only like 4 media companies left after all of this. And so, yes, that all started in the 90s. So I would agree with you there. There's a really great book from like 1992 called 3 Blind Mice. And it was about the networks, ABC, CBS, and NBC, and how they lost their way and how they were sold off and became corporate, being hijacked by corporations. So you're not wrong there. You're not wrong. Okay. The media theorist Douglas Rushkoff, who edited 1994's The Gen X Reader, was also born in 1961. He tells me he's part of original Gen X, the Michael Stipe generation of Gen Xers, referring to the REM frontman who was born in 1960, and agrees the dates have been retroactively tweaked. When I reach the other Gen X Doug, Copeland, by phone in Vancouver, he simplifies the entire issue for me. Here's what Copeland says. If you were born in the 60s and you don't remember the JFK assassination, you're X. Boom, it's a given. I am unaccountably relieved. It would have been a tad too Gen X if the person who coined the term was excluded from it. And that's kind of how I feel about it. That's why I don't like starting it in 1965, because if you were born in the 60s, you were not a boomer hippie on a college campus. You were not being drafted into the Vietnam War. You were not experiencing the things that boomers experienced. And you were also born at a time when around 1960, 1961 was where like television was in every home. Like in the 50s was when TV started getting into homes. By 1960, everybody had a television. And that, to me, changes a generation when you have a different form of media and communication in your home that wasn't there previously, that everybody had. So I like that. If you were born in the 60s and you don't remember the JFK assassination, you're X. Boom, it's a given. What are your thoughts? I hope this isn't boring to you all. I find it I find it very interesting. Okay. Whew. Not boring at all? Okay, good. Okay, I'm glad. I'm glad you guys are entertained by this. Okay. Moving on. Here is their photo that they have of a lot of Gen X celebrities. On the top, we have Christian Slater, Janine Garofalo. Oh, is that Leguizamo on the left? John Leguizamo on the top left, I think. We got David Cross in there. We've got Rosie. She was in White Men Can't Jump. Rosie Perez, Claire Danes, Nev Campbell. There's a lot of them I don't. Molly Ringwald's on the bottom here. So this is their group of Gen X, but to me, these are mostly older Gen X, except for Claire Danes and maybe Nev. They're on the younger side. Interesting. Oh, here we go. Yeah. John Leguizamo, Janine Garofalo, Christian Slater. Okay. Middle row from left. Annie DeFranco. Okay. Annie DeFranco is wearing the vote shirt. That makes sense. David Cross. Branford Marsalis is the fine looking gentleman in the button up here. Narciso Rodriguez is fashion designer. Luis Guzman. How can I miss Luis Guzman? I'm a community watcher. Of course, that's Luis Guzman. Rosie Perez, Claire Danes, Nev Campbell, Jenna Lyons. Jenna Lyons is the girl over here on the second to the right, in the sitting down here with the glasses on. She was the brand director at J. Crew for a long time. God, I wore so much J. Crew in the late 90s. It's ridiculous. Musician Amy Mann is next to her. Glenn Ligon, don't know him. Molly Ringwald and John Cameron Mitchell. So that's their Gen X crew here. Okay, back to the article. Okay, yet Gen X isn't just a time period. It's also, as Rushkoff writes in the Gen X Reader, a culture, a demographic, an outlook, a style, an economy, a scene, a political ideology, an aesthetic, an age, a decade, and a literature, which is why you can't define it from 65 to 80. It's a moment, a mood, an ethos, an enduring way of being, the hallmark characteristics of which anti-corporatism, anti-authoritarianism, ironic detachment, artistic independence, an existential horror of selling out, and a live and a live and let live philosophy of life feel like the antidote to a lot of what's currently wrong in our culture. Amen. And I honestly think that Gen X and Gen Z need to team up and like save the world. Boomers and millennials can go do whatever boomers and millennials do. Gen X and Gen Z have got this. Lately, I've noticed that whenever I recount stories of my youth, the response is one of intense yearning, especially from young people who never knew that mythical time before social media turned everyone into mirror stars and ruined social life. There's a collective fascination with Generation X, for both good and ill, as told by numerous think pieces and memes that have begun proliferating like gremlins in recent years. Most of these memes are humble brags created by Gen Xers themselves, applauding our toughness and resilience, honed by benign parental neglect. The official sports drink when I was a kid, reads a caption over a child drinking from a garden hose. Or celebrating our own coolness and aura cultivated by pretending not to care. Them, the world is falling apart. Gen X kids, have you ever had a bologna potato chip sandwich? That's true. And it's interesting how this is so common among all of us. Oh man. I miss pre-social media world too, Miss Anthropic. A lot. That's exactly right, Eternal Misfit. Gen Z are the Gen X kids. So we've got to team up with our kids and save the West. Millennials are the boomer kids. But believe it or not, my parents are boomers. Since I was such a young Gen Xer, my parents are the oldest boomers. Oh my God, Engelbert Slapty back, my love, where have you been? I'm so glad you're joining me. $25 channel member. Thank you so very much for supporting this channel. Amazing. Thank you, Engelbert. Glad you're here. I sent you a message on the Discord. So just so you know. Matt says, counter argument. Social media is allowing Xennials to connect, remember, and support each other. Yes, it does, which is nice. But I feel like the bad that has been done to our society is outweighing the good things. You know, it's just, while it's a fun thing, a tool that we use that came into our lives later in our lives, for the young kids, it's not a tool, it's life, right? So like, it is their social life, which is bad. So if we use it as a tool to reconnect with people, to, you know, to keep up with people or whatever and support each other, that's great. But when it turns into your entire social life and it's all you know, like, it just, I think about this so much when I look at my niece and nephew, my nephew is 19, almost 20. My niece is 18. And I look at them and I just think, they don't know a world without the internet, without social media, without AI, really. They don't know a world before the destructive politics of everything. They don't know a world, you know, like, they don't know a world from the before times, before 9/11 or before, like, they just, and I can't imagine what that would do to your outlook on life and and I think we're kind of seeing it. Our kids don't dream. Our kids don't have these epic goals and want to do. Everything is locked in this screen world, and they have no power over anything, not even their own lives. And it's just, it's crazy. It's crazy. So anyways, ooh, Vizak, interesting. Thoughts on Australia's social media ban for under 16s? I think that there needs to be some kind of societal rules. I don't like censorship, and I don't like controlling speech and communication for adults. For kids, I see what they're trying to do. I don't know if this is the right way to go about it, because you'll make people go anonymous using VPNs, and who knows what your kids are going to get into. But I think I don't know. Maybe there could be sites just for under 18s, you know, or under 16s or whatever, and then have your adult stuff for people that are over 18. But I think this is the wrong way to go about it. Yeah, that's a good one. Good idea, bad implementation. Yeah, that's a good other one. Issue comes with age verification and all that stuff. You know, again, it's just, I would like to see some kind of policies or ideas that get us off of the internet and back into the world, encouraging that, not necessarily banning this, that, or the third, but like just some policies and some ideas that push people back into the real world instead of wanting to be on their screens all the time. So, you know, like all of these media companies that, you know, now, I mean, with Netflix buying Warner Brothers, movie theaters are probably going to be gone in the next 5 years, like movie chains and things like that. So like all of the things that these companies are doing are pushing us out of the world and onto screens and into our homes, where we're not socializing and we're not doing things out in the world. And so there's got to be a way to encourage getting back into the world. I don't know what it is, though. Yeah, that might be a good idea. Hold tech companies accountable for their outrage algorithms created for clicks. And that's the other thing, like, I don't know how we get out of it, because we have created a world where everybody has their own algorithm, everybody has their own ecosystem, their own media, that they consume, and so we are so fragmented as a society. I don't know how you bring back a cohesive culture without just outright stopping. Like, we got to scratch it all and start over. So I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you pull people out of their algorithms without maybe outright banning them. And maybe our government does need to do something. I know we have Section 230 where it comes to publishers and platforms. And again, I don't want censorship. I want people to be able to freely speak their mind no matter what. But there's got to be a way to get us off of our screens and out of our houses and back into the world where we're socializing with each other and communing with each other in the physical world, where we're reading actual books and renting movies and going to the theater with other people, or going to wherever, and third spaces. We don't have third spaces anymore. People don't gather at coffee shops or bars or movie theaters or skating rinks or parks, or I don't know. I don't know, but I don't know. It's a tough one. You're right, AZ Coyote. Social media has harmed everyone's mental health, not just the young. Myself, I've done this. I mean, I used to have no problem going out whenever. Just, I need to go do this, get in my car and go. And I used to have friends that I would meet up with on the weekends, and now I've just gotten to the point where I just don't want to leave my house hardly at all. And I hate that. That's not who I am, but it's I myself have been conditioned. Everything can be delivered and I can just send a message to whoever. And this has been done over years, obviously, but it's just wow, that has changed me in such a way. I don't even recognize myself from who I was 15 years ago. And it's bizarre. It's bizarre. Okay. Whew. Okay. Rant. Smoke some weed and read some more. Bring it back up. How do I feel being 48? The same as I did being 47. Not a lot of changes. But it has put me in this mindset of, I've got 2 years until 50. So I need to put together some things that I need to do and to change my world so I can look like I want to look and be who I want to be at 50. So it's kind of got me thinking about just, I don't know. Have you guys read the book Atomic Habits? If you haven't read it, highly recommend it. It's just about, how making different small changes, habitual changes in your life can make big differences in things. And so that's kind of where I'm at. I'm like, what small changes can I make to start slimming down and getting healthier and looking my best, and spending time with my family and friends, getting myself out of the house. So that's kind of where I'm at 48. It's put me in the mindset of, I've got 2 years until 50. What can I do between now and then? So when we have a big party for my 50th birthday in 2 years, and we have a big, huge channel meetup somewhere like Vegas, that I look really good at the time and I feel good. And I feel like I can do another 50. So that's kind of where I'm at. Okay. Okay, back to the article. Many express nostalgia for the lost relics of a simpler time, like mixtapes, malls, daytime soap operas, the mentholated burn of Noxema, or the ritual Friday night rental of Blockbuster videos. According to the articles, Gen X is either the last awesome generation, despite the fact that we've kept such a low profile, or maybe precisely for that reason, or the worst. So, okay, hold on. According to the articles, Gen X is either the last awesome generation, despite the fact that we've kept such a low profile, or maybe precisely for that reason, or the worst generation, which is not news to us since we're so self-loathing. There are denunciations of Gen X for not being progressive enough, or at least not as progressive as millennials. As of 2022, 44% of Gen Xers identify as independents and tend to vote on candidates or issues rather than by party. Yes. I got to be honest. Millennials, I don't want to hate on others, but I know everybody has the thing against boomers, and boomers have done some shit. Boomers have done some shit. But millennials, oh my God, millennials are the worst. Now, granted, they were raised in the helicopter parenting of world of everybody gets a trophy, and my sweet little, whatever, my sweet little boy or my sweet little girl cannot be faced with any trauma or bullying or bad things or anything. We've got to keep him in his little cloud and his little bubble. But millennials, my God, the worst. Now, again, they got caught up in a world of bad school systems, bad teaching plans, and bad parenting. But they need to get their shit together. Oh, man. Okay. Back to the article. And then there are the hand-wringers who either express retroactive concern about our traumatic childhoods or lament our unfitness for jobs, our ill-fated careers, and the fact that it seems unlikely we will ever have a true Gen X president. Though by the old measures, Barack Obama, born in 61, qualifies. I still consider Obama, even though he was born in 61, I consider Obama a boomer, hardcore boomer. If you were to ask Gen Xers about any of this, most would simply shrug. That's true. And yet the artifacts of Gen X are continuously being rediscovered with new appreciation. Pavement's obscure 1999 B-side single Harness Your Hopes has had a second life on TikTok and Spotify. Really? Hold on. Harness Your Hopes. I did not know this. My God, I just transported back to college. I forgot about this song. My brother had that exact lunchbox. That exact lunchbox my brother had. That is a 100% fact. Statement of fact. How many of you had metal lunchboxes growing up? Mine was a Holly Hobby, and it was badass. And my brother had Dukes of Hazzard. Hello, Josh Wallace. Oh, we got a music request. I'll get to your request here in just a second. K-Sec Wayama. You had a huge crush on John Snyder. Gotta love some Bo Duke, baby. Pavement had music post 96. They did. I totally forgot about the song. I have not listened to this song since the late 90s. Totally forgot it. Okay. K-Sec Wayama, 2 pounds. Play the song Sometimes the Good Guys Finish First. All right. Sometimes the good. Do they really? Doesn't seem that way these days. Oh, this was from The Secret of My Success. I knew it was Pat Benatar, but I did not realize it was from the movie The Secret of My Success. Now, people were arguing with me in my video because Michael J. Fox was born in 1961, and they were like, he is not a boomer. And I was like, Michael J. Fox is as much of a Gen X, or they were saying he's not a Gen Xer, that he was a boomer. And I was like, Michael J. Fox, Marty freaking McFly is a Gen Xer, and I will absolutely die on that hill. Because here's the thing, everybody. If we're going to play this game of the early 60s babies are not Gen Xers, then you're going to have to make The Breakfast Club and the Brat Pack and all of them cannot be the Gen X gods and goddesses because most of them were born in like 1961 or 1962. Molly Ringwald was like the only actual, if you're going to go by the late 60s and 70s, was the only actual Gen Xer in the Breakfast Club. So, and Anthony Michael Hall. But I'm just saying, I want to include early 60s babies. I know I'm causing problems. Causing arguments. Mike Judge was born in 1962, and my friends, he's a Gen Xer in my world. Ooh, ooh, ooh. If we're going to play Benatar movie songs, we need Invincible from Legend of Billie Jean because fair is fair. 999 Heathcaster, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. Yep, Twin Towers are in everything. And that, my friends, 9/11 in my world is the end of the time, end of the before times. Next year is the 25th anniversary of 9/11, and I will be doing an all-day live stream to watch it as it happened and talk about all the stuff that happened since, even the conspiracy theories, because it changed. I was 23, almost 24, and it changed everything. It's why the world went from you can do anything, you can go anywhere, you can be anything, to everybody sit in front of your screen, stay home, and nobody talk to anybody. That was the moment in time. A movie night. Secret of my success. I need to send a message to my movie guy. Have him send it to me. You write that down real fast. Secret of my success. I need to go back to movie nights on the Discord. I haven't been able to do it lately. But 2026, I'm going to make some changes. Be a little bit more consistent on things. I am not consistent in anything I do, which is bad when you're a YouTuber. Thank you, my friend. Send it to me or put it in a Google Drive and share it with me. I love you. Thank you. And that technically is correct. The only recognized generation is the boomers. And the 20-year cycles. And that very much goes with Strauss and Howe theory. The 20-year cycles, the 20-year, the different generations and the cyclical, the turnings and all that good stuff. Ooh, we need to have a night about that. We need to have a Strauss and Howe night, the fourth turning. But yeah, the 20-year cycles. Da-da-da. So yeah. All right. I'll bring up Invincible, and then we'll get back to the article after that. Yeah, next month is 40 years since Challenger. On January 28th, which is the 40th anniversary, I will be doing a special Challenger live stream where we watch my videos I made about it. We'll watch the actual thing as it happened, and we'll talk about it as well. So yes. I'm trying to plan some things out for next year that are anniversaries and things of stuff that happened, from the 70s, 80s, and 90s, so we can have live streams around them and talk about them and, things that have happened since and yada, yada, yada. So yeah, Y2K, we're doing on New Year's Eve this year. I'm going to do a Y2K live stream. We're going to go through all the stuff that was done about Y2K and all this scariness about it. So good. That mall is no longer there, and it makes me mad. Makes me mad. All the malls are gone. Even the Back to the Future mall is gone now. I'll put it on the list. Novel Night 420. Legend of Billie Jean. So far, I've got Secret of My Success, Space Camp, and Legend of Billie Jean on the Discord movie list. And I'll put together a schedule as soon as possible. We got to start hanging out together, folks. More and more. Unfortunately, I wish we could do it in person. I really do. I need to make a montage video to this song, just with Gen X photos. Might be fun. It might be a fun project. Ooh, super chat. A different view, $5 member. Thank you so very much, Natalie. You look hot tonight. Why, thank you. I showered and actually dried my hair. Thank you so very much. Oprah in 1984 spoke about Gen X being in their 20s. That means Natalie is right. God bless you. Merry Christmas. Thank you so very much. I like being right. And Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas. That's the other thing. I was at Walmart the other day, like in the main part of the town. I live in a very, very small town, but we have like a little shopping area where we have the Walmart and some, strip malls and other stores or whatever. And we were over there, and it's December, 10th, 11th, 12th, whatever day we were over there. And you would not have known it was Christmas at all if it wasn't for the Salvation Army people out front ringing their bells. There was no decorations, no lights. Like, I remember the Christmas season when I was little, just like, it was just so cool in the different shopping areas. Our town would, decorate the different lampposts and the different street signs and it's just like there's nothing. There's nothing. There's no Christmas. I found one neighborhood in my little town that was just lit up. All the houses were lit up. And so we went and drove through there the other day. It was really cool. But like where did it go? So Merry Christmas. Oh, Merry Christmas. I feel like Gen X needs to do for Gen Z what the boomers did for us when it comes to pop culture. We need to give them some good pop culture. We need to write some great stories and make great movies and make great music and show them we're the last ones to remember this all, guys. We're the last. If it all dies with us, the kids after us are not going to know any of this stuff except for, memories and nostalgia stuff like they do now. We've got to make some new stuff for them. I think that's up to us. I really do. If there are all the Gen Xers born in 1967 should unite and like take over Gen Z. There's got to be a way to exploit their birth year of 6'7" to like take control over these kids and their 6'7". Like seriously, if I was a 67 Gen Xer, I would be all over that. It's been a long time since I've sat and really watched it. Yay! Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, if any boomers born in 58 who are currently 67 years old, there's got to be a way to exploit it somehow. Oh, okay. Back to the article. Bring it up. Uh-oh, we're going to get into some more songs here. We're going to have to listen to it all. Alanis Morissette, the pop singer whose 1995 Jagged Little Pill tapped a dormant vein of female rage to become one of the most popular albums of all time, just completed a residency at Caesars Palace in Las Vegas. Alex Winter and Keanu Reeves, the co-stars of the 1989 slacker time travel comedy Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, are playing Vladimir and Estrigan in Samuel Beckett's Waiting for Godot on Broadway. We went over that on the live stream a few months ago, that Bill and Ted were in Waiting for Godot. Amazing. Oasis went on an astronomically successful tour for the first time since 2009, roughly 30 years after their debut album. Spike Lee, born in 1957, but also Forever Mookie, released the widely praised film Highest to Lowest this year, plus executive produced and direct an episode of the documentary miniseries Katrina Come Hell and High Water, his third project dealing with the 2005 hurricane and its aftermath. And South Park's satire is more trenchant than ever, taking equal opportunity aim at everyone from the president to the erstwhile Sussex Royals. How did a generation that gets stereotyped as slackers turn out to be a far more important group of artists than they were initially given credit for? Why does their work, their music, their books, films, television shows, even their magazines continue to resonate? As I looked at their cultural contributions and spoke to the artists, actors, and writers who shaped the Gen X canon, at least those who would speak with me, since Gen X is nothing if not conflicted about the spotlight, boy, that's the truth, I began to think that their upbringing, no matter how arduous it was to live through at the time, might also have provided the ideal conditions for making art. Not wrong. How Gen X changed the culture forever. In his 2019 collection of essays, White, Bret Easton Ellis, whose novels of nihilism and disillusionment, Less Than Zero, 1985, and American Psycho from 1991, are canonical works of Gen X literature, writes about his Gen X childhood. He was born in 1964, growing up in a modest upper middle class home in Southern California's San Fernando Valley. He explores the ways in which solitude and lack of parental supervision aided his artistic and intellectual development, in particular his interest in horror movies and novels, which suggested to him that, quote, the world was a random and cruel place and no one was coming to save you from it. Well, in some ways, yes. This is what he writes. As a 1970s kid, he writes, there was no helicopter parents. You navigated the world more or less on your own, an exploration unaided by parental authority. He and his two sisters walked to and from elementary school alone, he recounts, after which they would grab something to eat in an empty kitchen and then bike a few streets over to someone else's house where it also seemed only kids were living. We were the now infamous latchkey kids. During our childhood, there were more dual-income households than ever before, as women like my mother entered the workforce. The divorce rate skyrocketed, hitting a peak of 22.6 per 1,000 married women in 1980, compared to just 14.9 a decade earlier. It was also a gentler time, or thought to be. Kidnappings were a popular fear, but mass shootings weren't yet, so parenting was laissez-faire. Many of us spent vast tundras of time alone, haunting around our homes, watching the People's Court while our parents were at the office, or, as was the case for my two youngest sisters and me, being watched by a rotating cast of oddball babysitters, whoever could be reeled in. The feelings of abandonment, disorientation, and resentment Gen X kids felt are reflected in a lot of the pop culture of the time. You can see it in family-friendly shows about divorced single parents or blended households, like Kate and Allie, Sister Sister, or Full House, and in edgier fare like Larry Clark's Kids, written by a 19-year-old Harmony Korine, which refused to romanticize the precarious reality of aimless, unparented urban teens. You can hear it especially in the furious music of Kurt Cobain, Courtney Love, Chris Cornell, Eddie Vedder, and Billy Corgan, all of whom were children of divorce with difficult home lives. Cobain frequently mentioned his parents' split in interviews, citing it as the catalyst for his subsequent emotional slide. It bolstered his credibility as a prophet of the 90s. The parents of Gen X, who tend to be either members of the silent generation or elder boomers, were checked out in other ways as well. Into their careers or their causes, on quests for personal self-fulfillment no matter the cost. And while Gen X gets a bad rap for being cynical or apathetic, neither seems an unnatural response to inheriting a world of blatant hypocrisy and contradictions. One in which sexual freedom had given rise to AIDS, dropping acid had become just say no, and those who had benefited from a strong post-war economy had bequeathed 80s and 90s youth a bleaker landscape of depleted opportunities and menial jobs. This is depicted in the Gen Xiest film of the period, 1994's Reality Bites, directed by Ben Stiller, in which four recent college graduates, played by Winona Ryder, Ethan Hawke, Steve Zahn, and Janeane Garofalo, in Houston, flounder through minimum wage work, navigate sex amid fears of HIV, and try to make art without selling out. What do you guys think of Reality Bites, the movie? There's a lot of things I love about Reality Bites, a lot of things I don't. But it's true. I mean, I like what was said here. The independence of not having our parents around all the time was really great. But it was like it was the other extreme from helicopter parenting, right? I mean, again, there's always the funny, it's the fact that we had to have a PSA to remind our parents that we existed. That was always fun. Hold on. We'll show it. This is always a good time.
By an unmistakable public service message.
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
Since the very first 10 o'clock newscast aired on WNYW TV in the late 1960s, it's always been immediately preceded by an unmistakable public service message asking, well, you know.
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
And believe it or not, we were able to track down the promo writer responsible for this piece of local news history. Mel Epstein's his name. He tells me it all began with a rare visit from the station's general manager, who needed something warm and fuzzy, as they used to say, to try to take the temperature down a bit during the social upheaval of the late 1960s.
It really came off the top of my head. I just said, how about it's 10 o'clock? Do you know where your kids are? He said, well, make it, do you know where your children are, and run with it.
He even still has the original piece of copy from that fateful day some 55 years ago. Understandably, it remains a point of pride for Epstein, who now calls California home.
I have an article from the New York Magazine. At that time, it was 101 things to love about New York City, and It's 10 p.m. came up number 12.
Wow.
10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? Right after I Hate Con Edison.
Over the years, it remained a constant in a world in business otherwise defined by change, as countless anchors, news formats, not to mention hair and clothing styles came and went. The message at the top of the hour stayed the same. As the decades passed, it came to develop its own unique cultural cachet, something immediately recognizable to generations of New Yorkers.
It's 10
Yeah, it's not just New Yorkers, it's all of us. That was all over the country. I thought it'd be a good t-shirt though to make. It's 10 p.m. Do you know? I mean, I'm just making merch tonight. I got It's 10 p.m. and then I got No One Wants to Be a Boomer or Millennial. No one wants to be a boomer or a millennial. Merching it up. I'm going to have some merch in 2026. My channel has hit 2 years old. I'm about to hit 85,000 subscribers. I think it might be time for a little bit of merch. Just saying.
p.m. Do you know where your children are?
Eventually, celebrities even got
I
in on it,
do.
recording their own versions of the ubiquitous show open while awaiting their appearances on various Channel 5 programs.
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
We recently uncovered dozens of these pre-taped appearances in the Fox 5 archives. They provide a fascinating glimpse.
Oh, look. Did you see little Alfonso Ribeiro? They have him as the tap dance kid. Oh, I'm not trying to hate on millennials. I will, Heath. I'll hit you up. I'm not trying to hate on millennials, Blazing Dragon. You know, it's just that as a like individually, there's a lot of cool millennials, especially the ones born in the 80s. As a generation, they are a generation. They did get sold a bill of goods that hasn't panned out, but my God, they were coddled to a point where it's almost a lot of them to a point where, you know, everyone gets a trophy generation.
Is in the Fox 5 archives. They provide a fascinating glimpse of some of the 70s and 80s biggest celebrities in the unexpected role of PSA announcer.
I try.
Hey, it's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
My colleague and current Good Day New York anchor Rosanna Scotto first ascended to the anchor desk in New York City on the 10 p.m. news in 1994. She was paired with fellow broadcasting icon John Rowland. Rosanna arranged a Zoom interview where I had the pleasure of meeting Rowland for the first time.
When I started there, my parents always watched the 10 o'clock news, and they used to love it when they heard it's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? They would go, yes, she's sitting next to John Rowland.
Both Rosanna and Rowland spoke fondly about how their road to the coveted anchor chair was paved by years on the streets, cutting their teeth as big city reporters.
When you work for
Okay, I don't need to know all that. I just want to go back to the 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? I want to watch some of those one more time. That was fun.
something immediately recognizable to generations of New Yorkers.
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
Do you know where
Eventually,
your children
celebrities even got in on it, recording their own versions of the ubiquitous show open while awaiting their appearances on various Channel 5 programs.
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
We recently uncovered dozens of these pre-taped appearances in the Fox 5 archives. They provide a fascinating glimpse of some of the 70s and 80s biggest celebrities in the unexpected role of PSA announcer.
Hey, 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
Amazing. Amazing. I was thinking about doing that, Lounge Singer, or like bringing the article to life, like as I read, like reading through it, and then, you know, bringing up the video clips and movies and songs that she's talking about and all the people, like bringing it to life, and then doing my own take on it as well. It was a thought. I mean, you know, I have 47 trillion ideas in my brain, and I try to shake one out to make a video every day, and it gets hard. It gets difficult. I overwhelm myself. Okay. Hey, Dale. Hold on, my cat's here. Hey, come here. The title is very clickable. I know I got 137 people watching me right now. That's like 40 more than normal. So hello, everybody that's here. I hope you stay and hang out with me. If you're new, I do this every Friday night. I hang out with my favorite Gen X community. Some of them aren't Gen X, but that's okay. We allow it. Depends on what you consider Gen X. So we hang out every Friday night and have a lot of fun. And learn a lot of things and reminisce about a lot of things and talk about all things 70s, 80s, and 90s. So if you are new here, hello, welcome. Dive into the chat. We have a really cool group of people. And we also have a cool group over on the Discord, my channel members. So if you love all things 70s, 80s, and 90s and you haven't joined any of that stuff yet, please do so. You're going to find a pretty cool community. And please, if you haven't already, like this live stream. And anytime you see a video of mine that you really like, give me a like on that video and share it with your friends. I super appreciate it. I'm trying to get to 100,000 subscribers, and I'm getting there slowly but surely. Being cool is the defining quality of Gen X. That is true. That is true. Okay. But there's a different spin one can put on this worldview. An ability to see through zealotry and self-involvement, to reject the solipsism of self-actualization and the crassness of materialism is a positive response, and often a generative one. That's stripping off the mask of boomer propriety and finding something else to align yourself with. That's what created us. That's what made us different from them. Bret Easton Ellis, 61, says, and that's what influenced the art, especially the irony, the dreaded irony that everyone complains about when talking about the detached nihilism of Gen X. He adds with Gen X irony, to distance oneself and one's artistic sensibility from the self-congratulatory middlebrow earnestness that characterized a lot of post-war art. This was also, in a sense, a way of rejecting the world of one's parents, of rebelling. Of course, in their desperation to strike a pose of cool alienation, Gen X ironically pioneered the flat, effectless voice of the internet age to come. Ruh-roh. From here, there were two choices. Go it alone, grapple with problems, figuring them out for yourself without appealing to authority figures, a very Gen X approach to life and a useful one for art, or find solace and meaning in the company of your peers. So many Gen X artworks, especially the famous teen movies, The Breakfast Club, 16 Candles, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, Risky Business, that on the surface seem merely to be about hanging out, are in fact about finding a separate peace with one's friends when adults have failed you. In The Breakfast Club, all the adults, the parents, glimpsed as they drop off their kids, the buffoonish principal, the jaded janitor, come across as negligent, abusive, or clueless. Meanwhile, the teens, having argued among themselves and come out the other side, more or less reorder society, dispensing with its superficial labels in the course of Saturday detention. I really like that take. Interesting. And it's true. Like in any Gen X media, anything from the 80s and 90s, it always felt like the adults were awfully clueless and, dumb, or, that's very true. That's a very interesting take. I like this. All right. I think my cat's laying down now. I thought Dale was going to come make an appearance. Dale is my cat, just so you guys know. He was named after Dale Dobeck from Step Brothers. He's super cool. It's a super cool little Maine Coon. And but he rarely makes appearances. He's his own. He's a very Gen X cat, very independent. Okay. Boy, I really like that. Yeah, I'm going to have to do something with this article for a video. That was really interesting. Oh, we have more Gen Xers here. Who do we got? We got Lisa Loeb. Of course, that's Lisa Loeb on the left. She looks exactly the way she looked in her video 30 years ago. We got Harold from Harold and Kumar. John Cho. All right. Who else do we got? Top row from left. Okay, that's the wrong. Oh, there's one here on the very, very top. Oh, there's Johnny Knoxville at the very, very top. My God. Okay. Let me see who these people are. So on the top, Stephen Malkmus, musician, Johnny Knoxville, and director Greg Araki. Those are the three guys up here on the very top. I like Johnny and his Chuck Taylors. I've always had a thing for Johnny Knoxville. I don't know why. Like I found all the Jackass stuff to be so gross. And I mean, I'm a girl, so obviously it's not for me, but like I just always found Johnny Knoxville to be just the hottest little thing. And I still do. Thinks he's sexy. I'm just going to say it, just to be honest. Love me some Johnny Knoxville. Okay. Then we have Lisa Loeb, John Cho, Douglas Copeland. Okay, so the guy here in the green shirt on the third from the left next to John Cho, and in between John Cho and Tony Braxton, that's freaking Tony Braxton, no doubt. Douglas Copeland, that's Douglas Copeland in between John Cho and Tony Braxton. He's the one that wrote the book Generation X, Tales from an Accelerated Culture. He's the one that named the generation. Then we got Killer Mike and Usher. We knew that. I saw Usher in concert back in like 2003, like back when Yeah was a big song. That was actually a really good show. Not gonna lie, it was good times. Alicia Silverstone, of course, we got to see her. I can probably, let's see, Alicia Silverstone. That's is that Omar? That's Omar Epps. I'm gonna try to pick him out without going and looking the names. Oh, I know who she is, but I can't think of her name. Christina Ricci. Dang it. So Omar Epps, Christina Ricci, the guy from Blackish. What's his name? Anthony Anderson. Marissa Tomei, of course, there on the right. We got Marlee Matlin. Boy, she looks beautiful. And let's see who else. Jenny Shimizu. They're on the bottom, and then we have Moby over here. Of course, I didn't mention Moby yet. And then we have Selma Blair and her dog Scout. Selma has MS, I believe. I think that's what she's got. Selma and Christina Applegate and Meadow Soprano, the daughter of Soprano. I can't think of her name. They all have MS, which is crazy. They should do MS Labor Day telethons. I'd be totally down with that. That'd be amazing. So, do you guys recognize all these people? Or am I just a nerd? Jamie Lynn Siegler, thank you. Yeah, they are missing Carmen Electra. Yeah, this is a neat group. Now these are all these people right here have all been in my like in my pop culture world. All of these people here in one way or another via a movie, a comedy special, a TV show, a song. All of these people here. So that's pretty neat. Recognize a few of them? Yeah. Yeah, Usher's barely Gen Xer, but he's there. He's there. Let me roll it up a little bit so it's not all behind the words so you can see a little bit better. Dale, honey, you need to make a choice. You either need to come over here and hang out or go lay down. Yep, Usher was born in 78. Zennials are barely Gen Xers, right? Oh, I forgot to tell you guys, I've officially changed the name of this live stream. So every Friday, next week is my 50th live stream that I've done, number 50. Woo! I've officially changed the name to my so-called live stream. So from here on out, Friday nights, my so-called live stream. So I think that's pretty fun. Is that Ed O'Neill on the bottom? That's Moby. Of course we accept Pam Anderson. You like the new name? Yeah, I think that works. I think my so-called live stream is going to be a good name. So that'll be the name every Friday. So or Natalie's so-called live stream, something like that. But I think we're going to go with my so-called live stream. I can't. It was already taken, Sam Guthrie. I was originally going to call this channel my so-called Zennial Life, but it had already been taken on YouTube. So I changed it to my so-called Gen X Life because I think it works because I'm born in 1977. I am a Gen Xer no matter how you describe it. But I'm a Zennial as well. So I have very different experiences from older Gen Xers that were born in the 60s. And so it's my so-called Gen X life. I'm a Gen Xer, so-called, but my life is very different as a Zennial than it is for somebody that's in Generation Jones or that's a like hardcore, like core Gen Xer from the early 70s. So yeah, so that's why I didn't use that name. But I think it worked out. You like that? My so-called live stream? It works, right? Little synergy in the channel, right? Yes, Cole Trickle, Dick Van Dyke turns 100 years tomorrow. After we get through this article, we are going to watch some Dick Van Dyke clips because I freaking love me some Dick Van Dyke. I love him so much. Okay. Okay. Article. Gen Xers are temperamentally not joiners. That is true. So they are sometimes accused of being apolitical, but that was not remotely the case for the artists and others I spoke to. They felt they'd consciously depicted or responded to the injustices of the moment. It did feel very political, says the editor Jane Pratt, 63, about starting the teen magazine Sassy. Y'all remember Sassy? Which covered politics, bands, and pop culture, not just makeup and boys. I should do a video about magazines from the 80s and 90s. That'd be a good video. That's a subject that nobody, I don't think, really has touched on. I haven't seen anybody do any videos about that. Okay, so Jane Pratt talking about starting the teen magazine Sassy, which covered politics, bands, and pop culture, not just makeup and boys, in March 1988, while Ronald Reagan was still president. She says, it did feel like we wanted to change the way that the world was going and that this was our way to rebel against what was out there, what was mainstream. She adds, remember, boomers had complete and total control of everything mainstream. Starting from like 1984 on, like boomers were in control of mainstream. By that July 1988, Conservative political groups like the Reverend Jerry Falwell's Moral Majority and James Dobson's Focus on the Family had organized campaigns to boycott Sassy's advertisers in response to the magazine's frank treatment of sexuality and abortion. Fair's Exile in Guyville came out in 1993, right as third wave feminism, a collective reaction to the Anita Hill hearings and arguably an outgrowth of the Riot Girl movement, which sought to address the sexism of the punk scene, was gaining traction. I just couldn't take it anymore, Fair said of the motivations behind her explicitly feminist album. I couldn't take one more man telling me that my music taste was bad. I couldn't take one more person asking me to be their audience, the supportive girlfriend, even though I had as much talent as they did. Everyone telling us to do all the stuff to get men to like you. I think that's why people relate to my music. I was like the not outspoken girl that became radicalized. Now, this is back to the article. This is what the author says. I was also that girl, and my own awareness that all was not equal for women came in patchily at first, like an intermittent radio signal. I heard my mom complain about the men in her corporate workplace. I knew women made less money than their male counterparts. I also knew there was something off about a coach asking me to take my hair out of a bun, and the father of a family I was babysitting at 14 making creepy comments to me as his drunk wife vomited in their bathroom. Well, that's lovely. Okay. She's losing me here. She's losing me in this article. I will be completely honest. I am not a feminist. Now, I am fully aware of the feminism's influence on our culture, especially in the 90s. And what they're saying is a lot. I mean, Liz Phair's music was very feminist, and there was a very feminist, all the Lilith Fair stuff and everything that came out third wave feminism in the 90s. And it was a big influence on me, and I didn't even know it. Looking back on it, I'm not a feminist. So, but what they're saying about things is not incorrect. This is not a highlight for me as a Gen Xer. I do like Liz Phair as an artist, but all the feminism stuff that just came out of her mouth, I never felt that way ever. I've never felt like all was not equal for women. I've never felt that in any way. I felt I could get I've always been able to get any job I wanted. You face things in the workplace that everybody has their own different challenges, right? I've never made less money than a man doing the same thing that I did. If we were doing the exact same job, I always got the same amount of money. I don't know where these people were working. So yeah. I never went to a Lilith Fair either. With my thoughts on Fiona Apple and Jeanette Napolitano. I don't really know Jeanette Napolitano. Fiona Apple, I freaking love Fiona Apple's Title. That album I played the hell out of. I'm just not big on feminist theory and thought. I don't like it. I don't agree with it. And I'm still in love. I can appreciate good music, and Fiona Apple is good music. So the author says, I was also that girl, and my own awareness that all was not equal for women came in patchily at first. We're going to go. I didn't have the language to express any of it yet. My ideas about feminism, such as they were gleaned from Sassy, which I read with the flashlight under my Laura Ashley duvet late into the night. Feminism wasn't the only political idea finding its way into the mainstream. Gen X also saw the rise of music, movies, and TV shows that portrayed Black America in ways that weren't exploitative. The ascendance of hip-hop as a cultural force from the roots in Philadelphia to Outkast in Atlanta sometimes gets written out of Gen X histories. But the genre's golden age maps neatly onto the period. Oh my God, yes. Gen X rap. Come on. Stop it. Amazing. 90s rap. Oh, late 80s into the 90s. Oh my God. But the genre's golden age maps neatly onto the period, beginning in 1986 with the release of Run DMC's Raising Hell, the first rap album to go platinum, and ending, like the Gen X bookends, it's a fuzzy subject of much debate around the shootings of Tupac Shakur in 96 and the Notorious B.I.G. in 97. The critic Nathan Rabin has written about the excitement of coming of age pop culture-wise when hip-hop was at its peak, noting that certain artists, Public Enemy, De La Soul, A Tribe Called Quest, Eric B. and Rakim, and others on the East Coast, NWA, Dr. Dre, Ice Cube, and Snoop Doggy Dogg on the West, made rock and roll seem like the domain of irrelevant dinosaurs. That's true. Traditional rock and roll. I remember my boyfriend and his friends, many of them white, though not monolithically, as we lived in a suburb populated by many first and second generation immigrants, blasting NWA straight out of Compton or Public Enemy's Sphere of a Black Planet on colossal upright stereos. It's almost hilarious to think about now, a bunch of spindly suburban adolescents in Z Cavaricci pants yelling "Fight the Power" in somebody's parents' basement. One could tisk that we were clueless about the realities behind the music, and we were. Or one can say that hip-hop taught a generation of young Americans about those realities, and it did. But that wasn't why we liked it. The stories were riveting, and the characters complex, all evoked with dazzling, inventive wordplay. When Nas raps in New York State of Mind about growing up in the Queensbridge housing projects, it is as clear and lyrical a depiction, Mark Lamont Hill has written, as a Gordon Parks photograph or a Langston Hughes poem. The 1994 song, not incidentally, as Gen X was also the first to elevate pop culture to the realm of the highbrow, was added to the Norton Anthology, a staple of the Gen X curriculum, in its 2014 volume on African American literature. Those years also saw an explosion of Black television shows, mostly comedies, and I'm convinced that at least part of their appeal to middle American audiences was that so many of them were set in cities that seemed wonderfully exotic to bored suburban kids who'd roam the same malls every weekend. Well, I don't agree with that. They weren't set in cities that seemed wonderfully exotic. No, that's not why I watched shows with, I didn't even see them as Black television shows. They were just television shows. I watch, I don't like I don't like using 2025 language and politics to define the 90s in ways. It drives me nuts. Webster, Give Me a Break, Family Matters, Different Strokes, The Cosby Show, A Different World, Amen, Martin, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and The Jeffersons. In after-school reruns, I watched them all. I did too. I watched all of those shows. They were awesome. They were amazing. Although these shows would occasionally address race head-on, many of them sidestepped it. Yes, because that wasn't the point of the show. Good God. Is this writer Mark Lamont Hill? No, they were just referencing Mark Lamont Hill. Oh my God, DM Jack 77, thank you so much. Member of the channel, $2. Cuffs with Christian Slater was hilarious. I haven't seen Cuffs. I think I've only seen Cuffs the one time when it came out. What was it, like 88? I couldn't even tell you what it was about. I need to put that on my list and watch that again. Lounzinger, $2. Member of the channel. We need to see a Grace Jones impression by Kim W. Is that something that's on YouTube? Or are you just making a random comment? Because I don't know. Thank you so much. Different View, 1976, $2. First wave and second wave, okay, but third, fourth, destructive. I would agree with you there. I would agree with you there. First and second wave of feminism had some things going on that were good. But yeah, third and fourth, absolutely destructive. Batsetso, $2. Please show ODB protesting at the Grammys 1998. Okay. Protesting Grammys. I don't know if I've seen this. Okay. Let me bring it up. ODB at the Grammys. Oh, so this was okay. So Sean Colvin wins for Sunny Came Home, which was a horrible song. Oh God. Ugh. And this was a terrible Grammy win. Hey Randy, how's it going? 60-year-old Gen Xer here. Just love watching your content. Brings back so many memories. Thank you so much. Appreciate you joining me on the live stream. All right, yeah, Sunny Came Home is a horrible song. I hated it too. All right, so she wins the Grammy, and ODB is gonna be like, nope.
This is ODB, and I love you all. Peace.
Thank you. ODB walked so Kanye could fly against Taylor Swift. Oh, yes, this was Kanye's inspiration. He was protesting because of Bone Thugs and Harmony, was he? He was protesting because Wu-Tang didn't win anything. Yep. What was it? Wasn't ODB the one that like showed up to pick up his welfare check in like a limousine? He was still on the welfare even when he was selling millions of records. Oh, dirty bastard. May you rest in peace. Okay. Was Sean Colvin about 40 when she won that Grammy? I don't know if she was 40 yet. There was all the 30 something female rockers from the late 90s that all had like one or two hits. That's true. The music execs were robbing the rappers blind. Don't get into my conspiracy theories about all that. Oh God. Oh God. Okay. Yeah, look at Erykah Badu. You better call Tyrone. God, I loved Erykah Badu in the late 90s. Woo! But you can't use my phone. Actually, Matt, I have watched some of these in the past live streams. We won't get copyright struck. We'll be fine on those. We will watch some I Love the 80s again. I love the 80s. They have I Love the 70s and I Love the 90s as well. You in the back? Call him. Oh, God. Good times. Okay, let's get back to this article. Now I want to listen to Erykah sing that song. She's way better at it than I am. Okay. Although these shows, so we're talking about popular Black TV shows from the 80s or 90s. And again, I didn't think of them as Black TV shows. I just thought of them as TV shows. Okay. Although these shows would occasionally address race head-on, many of them sidestepped it. At least three, Webster, Different Strokes, and Fresh Prince, curiously took as their premise the idea of Black characters living in a rich white milieu where realism didn't interfere. This attitude of obliqueness, combined with the sheer number of the shows on the air and the mainstreaming of Black art more generally, could almost give one the impression that America was living in a utopian post-racial moment. Well, I think in a lot of places we were. I mean, I don't like the utopian, but post-racial, I would say we were. I mean, I could be naive here, but when I walked onto my college campus in 1995, the fall of 1995, and then at KU, so I was at Baylor in 95 and KU in 96, there were people from all over the world, people from every race possible, and we didn't care. Like, who cared? I didn't care. I still have friends from all races, and I just don't care. We were post-racial for a minute. Different World was great. It was a lot more post-racial. Yes. I mean, I went to like we had black sororities and fraternities on campus, and we had different, like we had Jewish sororities and fraternities and the traditional sororities and fraternities. I went to step shows, like all the black fraternities would put on step shows. Oh my god, we had the best time. Like we had, I can't even think of what that was, AKO, I think. I don't remember. I can never remember all the letters, but I didn't care. I went to parties for everybody. Yeah, I watched Soul Train. You remember being the only non-black kid that watched Soul Train? Really? I loved Soul Train. And 227, oh my god. I wanted to be Whitney Houston. When I Want to Dance with Somebody came out, I thought she was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my whole entire life. And I think that's what it was like, even though I lived in a town that was predominantly white, because in the 80s and 90s, America was like about 85% white. Like, even though my town was about that, there weren't a lot of other races in my small town. But when I got to college, we were all together. And like, but I got to, see other races, and through their music and their movies and their TV. And it just never thought to me like this was a black artist or a black singer or like it just never occurred to me. Have to show Sandra from 227 on Family Feud. Okay. And then remember when Nell went on Nell Carter went on Wheel of Fortune on Give Me a Break? That was a really great episode. Yeah, Midwestern, suburban, Caucasian culture had no negatives of other races. And I agree with you. I completely agree with you. Whitney Houston on Silver Spoons, that was a good one too. Oh, I don't want to get too into modern day politics, but yeah, Cindy, I would disagree with you there. I would disagree with you there, but there's no reason to get into who ruined it. It was a mixture of a lot of things, but I don't think it's fair to say that to act like America was living in some type of utopian post-racial moment. We were living in a post-racial moment for a long time, my whole childhood. And I know things were different in other places, but in small town middle America, I just never viewed the world that way. Yes, thank you, Heath. We can talk about cultural things, but once we get into politics and start naming politicians and parties and things, that's when I got to be like, oh, no more. We can talk about cultural things. Jabbar Robbins, $5. Thank you. The Party Live. That's why. Sherman Oaks Galleria, Los Angeles, California. All right. Let's see what we got here. Just to see the Sherman Oaks Galleria, I'm all in. That's why. Sherman Oaks Galleria. Okay. What we got here? See a mall show from, what is this, like 1980 something? Oh, hold on. Here's Dale. Oh, gotta put some medicine on you. Okay, hold on. I'm going to show you to everybody. For those of you that never have never met Dale, here's my Dale. He doesn't make very many appearances, and I need to clean off his eyes. He always gets eye infections. No matter what medicine I give him, no matter what we do, We can't get it to clear up, can we, buddy? Are you wanting some food? Okay. All right. So that's Dale. Before we watch this, the concert was 91. Okay, that's great. He's adorable. Isn't he great? That's my Dale. There's so many of you here. I hate to take a break for a couple of minutes, but if you'll hang out with me, I'm gonna play the channel break song. And like, give me like 2 minutes and I'll be back. But I need to take care of Dale real fast. And then we'll watch your super chat and we'll finish up the article. So he doesn't hate me. He just doesn't want to be on camera. All right. So those of you that are new here, we have a song that I play for the break. And the reason that I play it is because it has no copyright on it. So we don't get in trouble. So break real fast. And then I'll be back in like 3 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes. And then we'll finish up this article and we'll do the super chat.
Oh yeah. What you gonna do for me? What you gonna do for my love? Just can't get enough. Talk to me. Baby, I really love you so much. When I'm not laying next to you, I long to feel your touch. Every little thing you do seems to turn me on. Even when you're talking nasty to me over the telephone. Honey, I'll stay up late for you and wait for your call. Oh yeah. Buzz me up if I lay you, and I don't mind at all. Cause I'll do anything for your loving. Could you take me for a funky ride? Yes, will. I'll do anything for your loving. Baby, on a serious step, are you qualified? Just can't get enough. Talk to me. First thing in the morning, I'll be at your door. You will. They're just waiting, hesitating, always wanting more. What can it be? You and me. Why you wanna make it so tough? All day long and all night strong. Just can't get enough. Honey, if you let me start you up, we can begin. I'll play your game every time. Baby, won't you let me win? I'll do anything for your loving. Would it break you to make me your girl forever? Do anything for your loving. Or would you send me off like a third-class letter? Do anything for your loving. Would you wine and dine until the break of dawn? Do anything for your loving. Would you turn me on and on and on? Just can't get enough. Talk to me. You got to know the way I feel. It's for real. It's everlasting. Forever. But if you go, you'll never know. I just want this thing cool. What's your thing?
Tell me what you need and I'll take heed and lead you in the right direction for affection. See what I'm saying? I ain't playing. Stop delaying, girl, and make me your natural selection.
You're crazy. I don't know about you, but I think I like you.
Do anything for your love. Yes, I'll do anything for your love, baby.
Anything.
First thing in the morning.
Love you so much.
Anything for your loving, baby. Yes, I will.
Could you find the time to make me yours? Take me out and rock the floor. Give me every little bit of your love's what I said. Make it smooth to the groove like sandwich bread.
It's you for me, me for you. There's not one thing I would do. Baby, I'd do most anything. You and me, we were made to swing.
I just can't get enough. I wanna be your baby. Just can't get enough.
All right. I put Dale outside. Hopefully he will stay out there for the next hour or two. Dale's an indoor-outdoor cat. So hopefully he's taken care of. Why are we yelling? Why are we yelling? Are we yelling? No yelling. Okay. Crap. I accidentally closed out the wrong window. Oh, well, thank you so much. I appreciate the compliment. Dale is pretty amazing, isn't he? Okay. What was I playing? The Party. That's why. Sherman Oaks. Okay. Okie dokie. Here we go.
The man with the red hat, the red hair. Shane Sagan, the Next up, this lovely lady right here is Tiffany Hill from Miami, Florida. I love you, Coleman. Next up, Chris is in the house.
That hair, that 90s boy hair. It's very similar to what the Gen X or the Gen Z boys are doing these days with their little curly broccoli hair. A lot of similarities.
Next up, Albert. Two more little hands. All good. All good. Come on. Albert Bills from Birmingham, Indiana. I haven't seen this man in a while.
There's something going on in the chat. What's happening? What's going on? Who are my mods? Are my mods gonna take care of things? What's happening? Let's all hang out and have fun. This is the part. This is a super chat. This is from a group called The Party, singing That's Why at Sherman Oaks Galleria in 1991. All right. Thank you, Heath.
About 2 weeks. Didn't he look good? He's been working out every day, trying to get in shape. This man right here is Jordan Knight from New Kids on the Block.
What? Now, New Kids on the Block. That was those were my people. Those are my people. As you can see, I still have my New Kids on the Block step-by-step VHS, baby. I was a Joey McIntyre girl, but Jordan was a cutie pie, but I was a Joey girl.
He's beautiful. God bless him, but he's really sexy. So anyway, let's do it. This is That's Why.
Did any of you guys go to mall shows back in the 80s or 90s? I never got to go to a mall show for my people. Tiffany was never around close enough to me. And I was like, my parents just weren't going to do that. They weren't going to take me to a mall because I live in a small town. So to go to a mall, it was like an hour or two away. And so it had to be a big deal. But I never got to see a mall show until I took my little sister. My sister's 10 years younger than me. I took her to a mall parking lot. Or was it a Walmart parking lot? I think it was a mall. It was a mall parking lot in 1997 to see Hanson before Hanson got big. Before they did, it was right. Bop was about to come out. And so I took her to see So I took her to see Hanson because it was like they weren't famous or anything yet, but I was like, she should go see a mall show. And so I took her to one. I took her to see Hanson, and then I took her to see NSYNC at Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City. Because I loved going to see, I got to see New Kids on the Block at Busch Stadium. Well, we're gonna see it's my sister, not my stepsister. I don't have any step siblings. It's just me, my brother, and my sister from our parents. Unfortunately, you're not gonna get to see my sister on the show. Long story, but I love my sister. I do. She is my sister, but she's not gonna be she won't be joining us on the live stream, unfortunately. Look at that ball. Look at that. Yes, put your first concerts in the chat. My first concert was the New Kids on the Block, the 1990 Magic Summer Tour in August of 1990 at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. Look at that. That's amazing. That outfit, that little short dress with the biker shorts underneath. Oh my God, I rocked that style in my early high school days. Amazing. That was great. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Your first concert was Michael Bolton? Really? Nice. Oh, those outfits. Amazing. Okay, let's get back to this article. We have to find out, is Gen X actually the greatest generation? Okay, now she's going to talk about the filmmakers, the Black New Wave, who, as Roger Ebert writes in his 1991 Chicago Sun-Times essay that popularized the term, were interested, just as the hip-hop artists were, in a more realistic portrayal of Black life. These filmmakers, who included Spike Lee, John Singleton, Alan and Albert Hughes, and Mario Van Peebles, among others, sought, as Ebert put it, to consider the African-American experience on its own terms, instead of filtering it through implied white values or tailoring it for white audiences. That meant being truthful, as Lee, the unofficial father of the movement, has said, in portraying the racial reality of America in all its nuance and complexity, without resorting to the cartoonish violence or stereotypes of the 1970s blaxploitation movies. In Do the Right Thing from 1989, Lee depicts simmering racial tensions in the Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood is it Bedford-Stuyvesant? Is that right? Neighborhood of Brooklyn that culminate in the murder of a young Black man by police and a riot that burns down the local pizzeria. An announcement that did not please all critics. Stanley Crouch, writing in the Village Voice, called it a rancid fairy tale. It was more like a prophetic one. Do the Right Thing was released 2 years before Rodney King was beaten by police, and 3 years before the Los Angeles riots erupted after the 4 officers involved were acquitted in a state trial. The same year King was assaulted saw the release of Boys in the Hood, John Singleton's masterful coming-of-age drama about a young man sent to live with his father in South Central Los Angeles, where he gets entangled in gang and drug culture. Nia Long, 55. Wow, Nia's 55. she's beautiful, who played his girlfriend and grew up in South Central herself, says movies like Boys in the Hood, which brought audiences into a neighborhood rarely before glimpsed on film, along with rap music more generally, gave her the confidence to forge ahead as an actress, inspired by the knowledge that there were voices out there projecting the truth of what was going on in our communities. These films have endured as works of art because they have done so without a concern for what Ebert calls ideological correctness. The characters have the freedom to be flawed, he writes, and there's no obligation to be exemplary, a Gen X sensibility if there ever was one. And boy, that's really missing in today's media. All the characters in movies these days, especially if they're women, are not flawed. There's no flaws. They're just already perfect, and everybody just has to go through the movie going through their journey of realizing how amazing the person is. But yeah, we really need to go back to having flawed characters in our stories. Bed-Stuy, thank you. Thank you very much. I knew I wasn't pronouncing that right. So it's, I want to make sure I say it right. Where's it at? Where's the I'm not going to be able to find it. Oh, well. Thank you for correcting me. It's important to note that Gen Xers formed their artistic sensibilities in a time before the internet or cell phones existed to entertain, distract, or assist in the processing of anything. Ours was the last generation that wasn't online until adulthood. We did have home computers. I wrote my school papers on a large, clunky desktop and printed them on a dot matrix printer. Yes. Yet we were still free of the stress of being connected to a vast realm beyond our immediate concerns. If you were lucky, you had your own phone line. I'd talk on mine 3 hours a night. But your bubble consisted of home, friends, school, maybe a part-time job. It wasn't until my freshman year of college that I got an email address. Once a week, I'd wait in line at the library to check my email at the shared computer terminal. Yes, I did that too. I got my first email in college. It was at ku.edu, and it was my initials and my initials and my student ID number. So it was ND623675 at ku.edu. That was my first email address. And I would have to wait in line at the library to go check it. And I would do that once every few days. Without doom scrolling, texting, emailing, online shopping, tweeting, or posting, there seemed to be eons to fill. I remember lying on my carpeted bedroom floor, waiting for a particular song to come on the radio so I could record it. I remember long afternoons spent reading books that were far too adult for me, like The Thornbirds, yes, or the Flowers in the Attic series, yes, yes. You had to figure out a way to keep yourself entertained, said Molly Ringwald, the queen of Gen X films, who starred in 16 Candles, The Breakfast Club, and Pretty in Pink. I was always creating or collaging or putting outfits together, singing, dancing. I didn't have this little box to distract me. And that's what I was kind of saying earlier about how kids don't get to like dream or imagine or create anymore. They don't have downtime. They don't have boring time. They don't have boredom. Like they always have their phone or their screen or whatever screen it is. And I think that boredom and that downtime, trying to fill your space with your own thoughts and your own ideas and your own creativity, is so important to human development. And I don't think any generation younger than ours has had that luxury, and it's even worse now than it's ever been. Let's see. Make sure I'm not missing any super chats or anything. Conscious Reality CD member for 10 months. Thank you. That deserves some applause. Thank you very much. Okay. Back to the article. Our focus wasn't fractured. Our attention spans hadn't yet been destroyed. You were always just working on your next script or your next idea. It's not like the level of distraction now and just being spread so thin, says director Greg Araki, who's best known for the films in his queer teen apocalypse trilogy, Totally Effed Up, The Doom Generation, and Nowhere, and who still doesn't use social media. What I feel when I encounter the best work of this era is a sense of freedom, an open-mindedness, a grittiness, a willingness to entertain imperfection that allows one to glimpse the human behind the work. That's a big one. A tolerance for contradiction, a lack of concern for market dictates, and the absence of a mediating force, whether a film studio or record company, between artist and audience. Although mass culture still existed in the late 80s and early 90s, a friend of mine says that if you're not a boomer and you remember Johnny Carson on the air, you're Gen X. Well, that's true. And major record labels, publishing houses, movie studios, and the big Soho galleries pushed art with commercial appeal. There was also an increasing number of avenues, from magazines to independent labels, through which artists could get their work seen and heard. An ecosystem had sprung up that made it possible to create without compromising one's principles. Inspired by the DIY ethos of the 1970s punk movement, artists decided that in today's online parlance, you could just do things. The wave I rode up on was, let's say it again. The wave I rode up on was, even if all you've got is a ukulele, get up on stage and say your truth. It was like a post-punk testifying, says Fair, whose debut began as 3 self-produced cassette tapes she recorded under the name Girly Sound in her childhood bedroom. There was a certain amount of, if you have something to say, you're as legitimate as anyone with all this money, she adds. Says Stephen Malkmus, the lead singer, songwriter, and guitarist of Pavement, whose debut album Slanted and Enchanted was made in the home recording studio of the band's drummer. He says just being able to talk about your art in a smart way was as much as what it was itself. So you could have something a little threadbare and shoddy and held together by gum and string, but you could defend it intellectually. That gave me some confidence to maybe not be so professional. One might say that the antipodes of mainstream and indie culture were inventions of Gen X, and it's this tension that was the defining characteristic of the age. Daria, the MTV cartoon about a smart, acerbic, bespectacled teenage girl, one critic described her as a cross between Dorothy Parker, Fran Lebowitz, and Janine Garofalo, was essentially about the friction between these two poles. Daria is alternative, which is what we called it then, and we are meant to understand that she's superior to the insipid suburban mainstream world in which she's planted. In one episode, she and her friends go to Alternapalooza, a music festival, and the show cuts away to a group of in-crowd girls trying on outfits so they can attend too, to show everyone that popular kids can be as alternative as geeks. To be alternative or indie meant that you had discernment, taste. It was an identity then, one every bit as consequential to young people as gender, race, and sexuality are today. And for many, it went hand in hand with the early stirrings of identity consciousness. Gen X kids who arrived at college in the wake of Reagan-era conservatism began to embrace the group categorizations, lesbian, Asian, both, that set them apart, as academics propounded the idea of intersectionality. I didn't really have that. I mean, there were the PC culture, the political correctness was definitely like it was starting in the 90s, but it was always TV and the cities. It was never part of where I was. Hyphenated everything, identity, everything. That really wasn't part of my upbringing in any way, not even in college. Hunting down an obscure film, checking out the band your friend told you about, asking the clerk at the used bookstore to recommend a zine. What an algorithm now does used to be an act of creativity and will. Ooh, that's a good line. What an algorithm now does used to be an act of creativity and will. Ooh, that's good. You felt like you could go through life on the a la carte menu, taking what you needed, fashioning a self in the process. When you consider all the impressive work Generation X has made, It's funny that one of the most persistent stereotypes about them is that they're slackers, an idea perpetuated by the films Slacker and Dazed and Confused, both written and directed by Richard Linklater, who has directed more than 24 feature films, as well as other movies in the couch potato genre, like Clerks, Singles, Swingers, Wayne's World, and The Big Lebowski. Somewhere along the way, cynicism and ironic detachment became conflated with laziness. I'd also argue that Gen X was secretly ambitious for fear of the worst accusation of all, selling out. Rosie Perez, whose debut role was in Do the Right Thing, sums up Gen X for me like this. This is what Rosie Perez says. We didn't really have the economics to get into certain nightclubs or restaurants or whatever, so we created our own vibe. There's nothing slackerish about that. You know what I'm saying? And it's like still relevant to this day. She's not wrong. In our current moment, when artistic compromise no longer carries the slightest stigma, Gen X has some wisdom to impart about how to preserve one's principles, even when times are hard. Because for a while now, the present has looked a lot like the recent past. Everything is commercialized. It's impossible to find a job. Rents are astronomical and reality kind of bites. But you can always make art. In romanticizing the past, a time not so connected, distracted, corporate, and slick, not so bought into easy answers, perhaps we're longing for a world more hospitable to its creation. And there you have it, and there you are. I probably should have put the article up instead of that video. I apologize. So there you have it, and there you are. That was the article. I think basically they didn't give us an answer to the headline, Are We the Greatest Generation? So the Greatest Generation, I made a mistake earlier. I said they were right before the boomers. That was the silent, right? The Greatest Generation was before the silent. So they were the ones that were born in the early part of the 20th century, I think. But well, thank you, Tiffany. I'm glad you enjoyed it. And you too, Lounge Singer. We're not the greatest because, again, we're awesome. We're the coolest. We're definitely the coolest generation, and I wouldn't want to be a part of any other generation. That's for sure. But you know, our need to be so ironic and lay so low might have been a bad thing because boomers are still in power, and we're in our 50s. Some of us are in our 60s. I'm almost 50. Why are we not in any kind of power anywhere? But I guess our power is, well, I mean, we did, you know, we are a little techie. a lot of people in their 50s are running streaming services and owning big corporations on that front. But I think our best way to influence this country, especially moving forward, is through media and art, which is kind of what the article was suggesting. And not just the stuff from the 80s and 90s, but we need to make some new stuff. Woo. Matt, $4.99, thank you so much. Song suggestion for our anthem. We Didn't Start the Fire, Billy Joel. Got to go with the favorite. Okay, I freaking love Billy Joel. Like, he's one of my favorite artists of all time. And I love the song We Didn't Start the Fire. The only reason I wouldn't have an anthem for this channel is simply because Billy Joel is a boomer and it's all boomer history. I wish we could make a new one for Gen X. And copyright as well. But we can listen to a little bit of it. I appreciate the super chat. And I freaking love Billy Joel. I was jamming out to Angry Young Man the other day. I've always been a piano player, like since I was the little bitty, so almost my entire life. And so I've always loved, my mom loved Billy Joel, so I love me some Billy Joel. Yeah, this is like the ultimate boomer anthem. And it's good too. It's so good. Yeah, My Life is great. There's so many Billy Joel songs that we could do. There's some lyrics that I remember. Oh, Heath, $1.99. Thank you. Don't forget Sandra from 227 on Family Feud. Okay, yes. I'm sorry. We'll get there. There isn't am I out there in California? Oh no. I'm in Missouri, my friend. Out in Missouri. Oh, Grendelson said there's an updated version by Fall Out Boy. We're going to watch the updated version by Fall Out Boy, and then we'll get to Sandra on Family Feud. Okay? That'll be a very nice transition into my game show of the week. We're going to watch a game show every week, an old one, and have some fun. Updated version from Fall Out Boy. All right. Now the question is, do I want to watch video footage or do I want to watch the lyric video? I think I probably should go with the lyric video. We don't have too many tornadoes. We didn't have any tornadoes this year. This is crazy. Lyric video. Here we go. All right, it says it's covering news events from 1989 to 2023. I really wish they would have started. we can do a whole live stream just on the lyrics of this. Billy approved of it, really. It's burned through the 90s way too fast. There were way too many. We're already to 2008. Yeah, it's not in chronological. That's okay. It's not in chronological order. Uh-oh, I'm losing a bunch of viewers. Feeling we need a pure Gen X version. Starts in 1961 when we're babies. We'll watch a little bit more of this. Yeah, they burn through the 90s so fast. This shows how hard it was for Billy Joel to write the original, for all the chronological that he had, and how lyrically how difficult it would be to put all that together. Yeah, we need a pure Gen X version. Who would do a Gen X version? Lenny Kravitz? They might be giants. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, they go Trump. Yeah, that's a little. These lyrics are a little rough. We need a Gen X version. And I thank you, Randy. That's what I like to do. We don't do specific politics around here. We'll talk culture, but culture back then, not so much culture today. Did they mention the big C? I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, it's all over the place. I like the chronological better than the all over the place. Not terrible, not great. And I think I lost like 20 viewers during that. So come back to me, please. Come back to me. Thank you, Engelbert slapped you back. Yeah, definitely not chronological. All right, guys. Sandra, 227, Family Feud. And that will get us into our weekly game show. Sandra. Freaking love me some 227.
We're back. Our team captain.
Oh, with the Ray Combs host. This was the Ray Combs version. I wasn't sure I couldn't remember if they did the Richard Dawson version or the Ray Combs. It was Ray. Poor Ray Combs. I know. It's a very sad situation. We can't get into that topic because that'll get this channel knocked down quick. But he did choose to leave this planet at a very young age. She did well. I think she did well. They really messed up on their strategy to have Jack Haig on the fast money. Oh, that's so funny. How can a perfect 10 get a perfect 0? It's true. That man, that first question, what you need to live, a man, that should have been number 1 answer. Not gonna lie. I thought I had a longer clip of this, but I guess I don't have it saved.
Is there a G as in Gladys Knight and the Pips?
There are 2 G's. That's $4,000. Your grand total, $7,600. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna stop it. The answer is give me liberty or give me a car.
No, Nell, I'm sorry, that's not right.
But I just solved it.
No, you have to give us the exact quote, and that's not it.
Look, I just said give me liberty or give me...
Don't
Sure.
give it away. We have to go to your best friend, Addie. It's your turn.
Give me liberty or give me a car. All right. I want to hear your Dick Van Dyke Game Show trivia questions. Yes, please. We're going to get to the Dick Van Dyke stuff after the game show. We're going to go for another hour or so, probably, guys. Yeah, Nell was showboating. Okay, on our members only stream last Sunday, we watched the unaired pilot of Jeopardy with Alex Trebek, and it was like so crazy. Tiffany, your channel reminded me of how magical my childhood was. Despite the hard times I went through being bullied due to my disabilities, but despite that, my childhood was still so magical. Yes, it was just a magical time, and I'm so glad that my channel does that for you. Glad you're here hanging out with us. We doing a stream Sunday? No, the members only stream is just the first Sunday of every month. That's all I can commit to at this time. I'm sorry. So I do my so-called live stream on Friday nights for everybody, and on every Friday, and then once a month I do a special members only on the first Sunday of every month. Chris Baker, author, channel member, $5. You missed the Messy Marvin commercials with Peter Billingsley before he was Ralphie in Christmas Story. Also, Bryan Cranston in Preparation H ad. Yeah, well, I Cranston I thought was from the 50s. Am I wrong? Did I totally miss Cranston? Yeah, he was born in 56, which is why I didn't include Bryan Cranston in that video. But I did miss Peter Billingsley. You're right. He was also in the a couple other commercials, but I forgot he was in the Messy Marvin commercials. I'm sorry. Maybe I'll make some more in the future. If you guys haven't seen my latest video, it is I kind of made it into a little bit of a game. It was Gen X celebrities and commercials before they were famous. Video's doing really well, so thank you all for watching. I really appreciate it. But yeah, I did miss Peter Billingsley. I'm sorry. How early do I decide what to put in videos? Like what to make a video about, like my topics? I have a wall of topics that anytime anything comes into my head, I just write down my topic on the wall. And then when it's time to make a video, I pick one. And sometimes I'll pick like 2 or 3 and work them all at the same time. Like right now, I have a video about the first and last moments of our favorite 80s sitcoms that should have been posted a week ago, but I'm having copyright issues with it. So I've got to it'll slow me down. So I'll usually have a couple in the works just to kind of get around, so I post something. So I'm not going 2 or 3 weeks without posting anything because of copyright, whatever. But yeah, I just have a big idea board and I'll just pull an idea down and start working through it. But there's no rhyme or reason, really, truly. DM Jack 77, $5. Thank you. I remember the 18 Wheel of Fortune episode when Murdoch went the trip to Hawaii. That's a good one. Let's watch that. That is a good one. And of course, my favorite 80s game show TV crossover was Cliff Clavin on Jeopardy. I still say, who are people who have never been in my kitchen on a regular basis. And I also say, well, be that as it may, Alex, those people have never been in my kitchen.
Then to Holmes Morrison, then to Morrison Holmes, and then to Templeton Peck.
Where did you get this?
From the writer I hired. He did extensive background research. He's waiting to hear from you.
Oh, for those of you that don't know, Dirk Benedict right here, Face Man, was my first crush. I was like 5 and I was in love with him. Oh, my trivia questions are great. Please do not give answers. Okay, make it a contest. If they win, get access to $5 member content for $5 members you design. Well, the only problem with that is that I have no, like, I can't manually go in and change. If somebody's bought a $99 or dollar membership, I can't move them up to the $5 membership on my own. Like, they won't allow me to do that. So I can make it into a contest, and I probably will make it into a contest, like a monthly contest. But I'll have to come up with some ideas for prizes. So I like that. We'll play around with it. Oh yes, he was Starbuck on BSG. You are right. Battlestar Galactica. But I was super little when Battlestar Galactica was on. He caught my eye when he was on the A-Team. Hello, B-Boy DK1974. Okay, let's watch Murdoch on Wheel of Fortune.
He's got the first 3 chapters ready, and they're going to be delivered tonight. We promised the publisher we'd have the book done in 2 weeks to cash in on this peak publicity.
Look, let's slough all this stuff.
I don't know if this is the right... It's not. It's the wrong clip. Sorry, guys. I clicked the wrong one, and it was the game board that I always loved on Wheel of Fortune, where Vanna had to actually turn the letters. And then when they bought prizes with their winnings, like the Dalmatian, that's not a horrible. I play for worthless tickets like Showbiz Pizza. This is so fun. For those of you that don't know, I'm a huge game show nerd, and I did make a video on the secret origin story, or the forgotten origin story of Wheel of Fortune. It's one of my better videos. I made it a long time ago, so I still wasn't that great at making videos, but it's not bad. It's not bad. So if you haven't seen it, it's called The Forgotten Origin Story of Wheel of Fortune. You should check it out. You should. Oh my goodness. Nightfall, $10 member super chat. Thank you. I've been on the Discord a while after watching several videos. First live video though. Love the channel. Already upgraded the membership to 2nd tier. Great stream. You are amazing. Thank you, Nightfall78. I appreciate that so very much. I have not been on the Discord as much as I should be. I was doing weekly like movie nights and things and watch alongs, but I haven't been able to do that this last month or so. So I promise I'll get back on there and start doing some watch alongs and movie nights over on the Discord very, very, very soon. We're going to do some during the week of Christmas and the week between Christmas and New Year's. I have some stuff planned. So thank you so much. I appreciate your support of the channel. Yay. I'm so excited, guys. Guys, I'm almost to 85,000 subscribers. Let's check it out. Let's see where we're at. Boom, ba-doom, boom. I am at 84,611 subscribers. I'm going to get to 100,000. I've got to think of something to do when I hit 100,000. I've got to do something. Let's see here. My goodness, my Gen X celebrity commercials from before they were famous video is about to hit 100,000 views in its first 3 days. You guys are so crazily amazing. Oh, thank you guys. I can't tell you enough how great. I think it's so crazy. It's just, I'm so excited that people actually want to watch stuff that I make. And you guys like it. So thank you so much. Ooh, ooh. Member for 2 months, Heath Caster, my bestie I didn't know I had. Dick Van Dyke did a show called The New Dick Van Dyke Show in the 70s. What game show legend was his male co-star? Oh, shit. Game show legend. 70s. Who would have been an actor? 70s actor. Game show legend. Ooh. Oh man, who would have gone with Dick Van Dyke? I honestly don't know this. You have stumped me. Was it like Richard Dawson or someone along? That can't be right. He was hosting Family Feud. I don't know. He'd tell me. Tell me. Paul Lynde. That's a good one. My answer is Richard Dawson, but I don't think that's right. Press Your Luck is one of my all-time favorites. Agreed. Favorite seconds is Dick Clark's Pyramid, Card Sharks, and Joker's Wild. Matthew, I did make a video about 80s game shows, my favorites, and all of the ones that you just mentioned are in that video. Okay, let's watch a little bit more Murdoch. Hey, Murdoch! Woo! Are we the best generation, Ben Surratt? Yes, we are. Debate concluded. You're correct. That is the conclusion of tonight's live stream. We are the best, coolest generation. We can't say greatest because that's not there's already a generation that has that name. Yes, this was my favorite. I loved when they did this. Get your service merchandise gift certificate. Yes, Pat, I would like to buy the armoire or the cabinet there for $13.99. That brass bed looks really nice. I'll take that. Hello, Claudia Robinson. Everybody say hi. Hello. Yep, the ceramic Dalmatian was my favorite. The other option, you could either take your remaining money and put it on a gift certificate or remember the other option? You could put it on account. And if you put it on account, that meant that if you won again, you could use that money and put it towards your next winnings and spend it. I was right. It was Richard Dawson. Shut the front door. Yay!
Carlos,
almost everyone chose the gift certificate. I think I saw when I was doing my research for my Wheel of Fortune origin story video. I did see a couple of players go on account, but it was when Chuck Woolery was hosting before Pat Sajak. So I don't think I ever saw anybody go on account with Pat Sajak. Anybody ever have a waterbed? Because I had a boyfriend that had a waterbed in college, and I hated that thing so much. I hated it so much. That's the only time I've ever slept on a waterbed or hung out on a waterbed, and it was the worst. Has anybody else ever had a waterbed? Because it was the worst. The worst. Hey, I've been there. I didn't stay at the Honolulu, but I did go to Waikiki and that beach right there. I stayed in that very area. Right next to Pearl Harbor. That was in 1998, my 21st birthday. Right. If I want to do something like that, I've got to start like planning it out and, doing it almost now, really. But I would like to have some kind of a channel meetup and for my 50th birthday, and it'll probably be in Vegas. Chicago would probably be an alternative, or St. Louis, somewhere more in the middle of the country, but Vegas will probably end up being where it's at. Gonna have my Sally O'Malley 50th birthday party. I'm 50. I do hate to fly. If I had it in Vegas, I would drive. I would just drive because I've driven that so much to Lawrence and then on to Denver and then on to Salt Lake. Like I have driven that so much that taking those last few hours to Vegas wouldn't hurt me at all. Or Branson would be a fun one. Branson, that's like right down the street from me, and it's like Las Vegas if it was run by Ned Flanders, right? Branson would be kind of fun. We could go to a Yakov Smirnoff show. And that's true. Vegas is a lot more expensive now. It wasn't like it was back when I used to party there years ago. We might have to do Branson. Branson would be kind of fun. That would be totally my vibe too, because it's like Ozarks, Missouri. Like that's me. Like I grew up in the Ozarks. I grew up in Southeast Missouri. I live here now. It would be so fun. But yeah. Dollywood would also be a good one. I don't know. We have 2 years to figure it out, so we'll start talking about this. That's because it is Murdoch from the A-Team. We're watching the A-Team episode where Murdoch was on Wheel of Fortune. Randy's banned from Vegas. How good is Dollywood compared to Branson? Well, Dollywood and Pigeon Forge, I mean, Dollywood's just a amusement park, right? So Branson is a whole town. So you have your amusement park, which is Silver Dollar City, but then you have the whole town with all the different shows like Vegas has. You have all these different celebrities with their own theaters and shows to go see, and there's shopping and all kinds of stuff. So Dollywood's just an amusement park, while Branson has way more options. But the whole area around Pigeon Forge is very touristy and travel-y like Branson too, just not as much. Pigeon Forge is Vegas, but southern, right? Yeah, I totally messed up the pronunciation. I'm sorry. And I really pride myself on proper pronunciation and grammar. Table Rock Lake. Hey, you know my neck of the woods. Ooh, Myrtle Beach is a fun place. We could have a party like they did in the movie Shag. I love that movie. Okay. Get a big lake house. That'd be fun. We'll talk about it, guys. I will take input from everyone.
You're back here. We'll be back with more Wheel of Fortune. Nice going.
One more that I want to show if they have it. Because this is my mom and I still quote this to each other, like always. So the Harpers from Mama's Family were on Family Feud, and there's one thing she says that my mom and I still say to each other every day.
Hello, Mama. Naomi, Buzz.
I don't know if it's in this clip, so we're gonna have to find out. If it's not, I'll just tell you what it is at the end of the clip.
You got the amenities over. What is so important that you couldn't tell me on the telephone? Oh. Well, don't look at me. It's all Vinton's idea.
Okay.
Vinton's idea. I gave up an evening at bridge for one of Vinton's ideas.
You're playing for big money.
I guess this is just an edit, so I'm hoping that we get the line.
Let's take a look. 100 people surveyed, top 5 answers on the board. You got to try and get the most popular answer. Here's the question.
How would you folks like to make $10,000? Does anybody know what I got in my hand here?
No.
Okay, this is just a crazy edit back and forth of when the Harpers were on Family Feud. But let me see. Hopefully they'll get to... Okay, here we'll watch a little bit of it. Here we go.
Family Feud.
You got it, money. 95, 83. Let's go.
Mom just sits there. Anyway, the question is how what's a way to end a letter, like sincerely, or with love, or like name ways to end a letter. And Mama said, "I wind up," is what her answer was, and she loses the game for everybody. Because her grandma used to always write the family and end it with, "Well, I've got to wind up this letter." And so anytime my mom and I are talking on the phone or in conversation of any kind and we've got to end it, we always say, "Well, I've got to wind up this letter." So we got to watch a game show. I had a game show prepared, but we're getting awful late. We watched some game showy type things, so maybe that'll just work for our game show segment this week, and then we can do an actual game show next week if you want. Joseph Tricoli, $4.99 member super chat. On the East Coast, Dick Van Dyke is 100 now. Wow, I can't imagine being that old. God bless him. Yes, we got to do some Dick Van Dyke stuff before we leave the chat or leave the live stream tonight. Because I love me some Dick Van Dyke. Let's see. How is my mama? My mama is doing really good. Doing very good. I went to her house for Thanksgiving. She made an amazing turkey dinner. I loved it very much. So she's doing very well. Thank you. Thank you for asking. Ooh. Super chat. Did I miss anything? Okay, I didn't. Oh yeah, I wanted to show the Messy Marvin commercial. So this is the one I missed from my most recent video, and I'm sorry.
This is Messy Marvin. His room is a mess. His clothes are a mess. The only time he doesn't make a mess is when he makes his chocolate milk. He uses good old-fashioned Hershey syrup in the brand new squeeze bottle. Rich, delicious chocolate flavor that only Hershey can deliver without making a mess.
Delicious.
Marvin. Good old Hershey syrup in a no-mess bottle.
All right. So I'm sorry for missing out on that one. That was my bad, but that just gives me something to put in an upcoming video, something that I can use in the future. So thank you for that. Since we watched some TV game show crossovers, I'm going to use that as my game show of the week instead of watching an episode of an old game show. Because I am running out of time. It's already after 11, and I want to talk about Dick Van Dyke for a bit. Check my email. Okay, gotta give me a minute. Let's see. Make sure I've got all the super chats. I think I did. I'm having a good time tonight. I hope you guys are too. I think I might make a video out of that article. That was really, really good. Really, really good. Okay. For those of you that missed it, I have played a little bit of this before, but this was a really great love letter to Dick Van Dyke. It's called All My Love. It's pretty amazing, and it just kind of goes over Dick Van Dyke's life. And Bye Bye Birdie, that's a good one. So we're gonna watch this video, and then we'll watch some clips from some of Dick Van Dyke's most memorable movies and some clips from his TV show. And we can share all of our stories about how much we love Mary Poppins and Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. This is from Coldplay. This is a song called All My Love, and it was for Dick Van Dyke to celebrate his 100 years on the planet. I would show the director's cut, but it's like 7.5 minutes long, so I'm just going to show you the edited 4 minutes version. But if you would like to watch the longer version, I'll put the link of that to the chat. Oh yeah, we got to talk about Diagnosis Murder as well. Okay.
Chris, shall we?
if you can see it very well, but they're showing clips from his performances in the past, and he's kind of recreating some of his moves. Remember, he's 100 years old, so it's pretty incredible how he's still moving and doing well. Have to pause it every few seconds because I will get kicked off the live stream if I play this too long. What I love about this is what's about to happen is it's not just about his career, it's about his family. And he married and had children and grandchildren, and so it's not just about the career that he built, but the family that he built, and it's just incredible. And so it's pretty fantastic. Love Dick Van Dyke.
Whether it is, you've got all my love.
Oh, can you see that? Look, there's Terry Beth. Chris is the oldest. There's Barry and Stacy. I've had dreams where I am, I don't know, depressed or lonely or hurt or something, and she comes to comfort me. Actually comes to comfort me.
He was talking about his daughter Stacy. Oh my God, I'm tearing up. His daughter Stacy died when she was very young, and he was saying how he's still to this day, she'll come to him, and I think that's just beautiful. I want to watch that again. There she is, right there on his lap.
Love.
Oh, can you see that? Look, there's Terry Beth. Chris is the oldest. There's Barry and Stacy. I've had dreams where
This is his family. These are all of his children, grandchildren, his wife, his son-in-laws, sons-in-law, daughters-in-law. All of these people, that's the life that he built. And I got to tell you, and not to get sappy for a second, but this is the purpose. This is the meaning of life. It's your family. It's your relationships. It's the legacy you build. It's not a big office job. It's not a big career. It's not protesting the government. It's not anything. This is it. And you don't realize it until you're older. And so when you're told not to have children until later, or you don't need no man, or you don't need to get married and have kids, you don't need that. Okay, great. It sounds good when you're in your 20s and 30s. But when you get into your 40s and older, doesn't sound so good. Oh, so yeah. I'll just put the link to the director's cut. It's a lot longer. I'll put that in the chat. It's beautiful. It's just a beautiful piece. There we go. And there you go if you'd like to see it. But yeah, family is everything. And I feel like well, I don't feel like, I know that family just has been removed from our culture. And it just sucks. And I think that's one of the things that that we loved growing up. Even if we had bad families, even if we had crappy family members, even if we had divorces, or it didn't matter. Like, family is everything. And then not just the one that you have, but the one that you build. The one that you build. Finding someone to spend your life with, build your life with, have a family, build a legacy. All that stuff has just been so pushed aside by our culture. I mean, I remember growing up, families having 5, 6, 7 kids in the family, and just cousins and aunts and uncles. And like, oh my God, we'd have these big family reunions, and you'd see all of these people that you hadn't seen forever. And then like, but some that you've seen all the time, right? The family is just everything. It's everything. Or yeah. And we find, and found families as well. But our connections with people. And I think that's, not only have they taken family out of society as like our basis and something to want, yearn, strive for, but it's how do I want to say this? It's not just about families in our culture. It's about taking humanity out of everything. So this, like, with everything being run by AI, just the fact that you can't go apply for a job at a place that someone, like the person that owns the place is there running it, and the people that work there are proud of it, and you can go in and give a resume to a person and maybe get a job. Like, that whole idea of humanity and people connection, whether it's getting a job or ordering lunch, or whatever it is, like, all the humanity is being taken out of everything. The creation of our movies and music and television, AI, and it's just like there's no humanity. There's no family and no humanity. And I hate that. I hate that so much. So I'm gonna get off my my soapbox now, and we're gonna laugh a little bit at some Dick Van Dyke. Oh my goodness. Mary Poppins. Before we watch Mary Poppins, I want to show you, I don't know if you guys have seen this. This is a Dick Van Dyke performance from like maybe 10 years ago. So he's around 90 years old when he did this. I want to show you this.
Step in time, come on, ladies, step in time.
Now, of course, this is Derek Hough performing at first.
Kick your knees up.
I will say, Step in Time is probably my favorite of the songs from Mary Poppins, and and simply because I find the dance and the choreography so incredible. Like, and when they were on all the London rooftops and just how it looked in the movie, it's just a beautiful number. And I find it fascinating because it's so damn difficult, the dancing. But we'll see. Hold on. Just watch.
Step in time, step in time, step in time, step in time. Every reason, every rhyme, step in time, you step in time.
Here we go. Watch. All right, I'm going to pause it right here so I can let it play for the next few seconds so you can see what's about to happen because it's pretty fantastic.
Step in time, link your elbows, step in time, link your elbows, link your elbows, link your elbows. Step in time, step in time, step in time, step in time. Every reason, every line, step in time, you step in time.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, Jacob Van Dyke.
Amazing. Oh, good night, Dan. Thanks for hanging out. I know I'm going way late tonight. Thanks for hanging out with me. Check you later. It does look like college, Stefan. It does. Very similar in a lot of ways. Okay. Mary Poppins. Which one do I want to see? Here, we'll watch a little minute. Because again, I got to be very careful because I don't want to get knocked off. We're dealing with Disney here, guys. The accent that's so not. I think it was voted the worst accent in the history of movies. I think you're right, Greg. Kevin Costner's accent in Robin Hood was worse. It would go, his accent would like go, he'd have one for a scene and then he would like go total California surfer dude for a scene and then back to British. It was bad. I will say that Disney's, I love live action Disney movies from the 60s. They're one of my favorite things in the whole world, and I'm going to be making a video about it soon. But the very first movie I ever rented from a video store in 1983 was Mary Poppins on VHS, baby. It was amazing. Costner had like 18 accents in Robin Hood. But yes, Mary Poppins was the first movie I got to see from a video rental store. Now I want to. Oh, there she is. I want to see one with her. We should watch the honest trailer of Mary Poppins. That would be kind of fun from Screen Junkies. I want to watch a little bit of a number with him and Julie Andrews because I love her so much. Ooh, the making of Mary Poppins. I love to laugh. Let's do the movie. Like, it just blew me away. And when I was little, I couldn't get over the fact that this was also Maria from The Sound of Music. It just blew my mind. Like, just absolutely blew my mind that she was both Maria and Mary Poppins. And she's just like, how beautiful is that? Like, look at that screenshot, my people. Seriously. And yes, those pants did inspire MC Hammer. And she still is beautiful. That is true. But my God, she looks like an angel. She looks like an absolute angel. And I loved this dress when I was little. I thought it was the most beautiful dress with the little parts of red with the white lace. Whew. Okay. I gotta stop it. Oh my God. Now I want to watch all Mary Poppins. We need to have a Julie Andrews night. I could watch Julie Andrews for hours. Yes, I like the way you think, Joseph. Oh, we don't want to forget either that Dick Van Dyke played 2 roles in Mary Poppins. Let's get his other role here real quick. Love to love. That's a pretty good joke. It made the tea unsuitable for drinking, even for Americans. That made me giggle. Oh, good song. Good stuff. Okay. Let's do some chitty chitty bang bang. Chitty chitty bang bang. But if we're gonna, man, there's so many songs from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang that I want to sing. Like Truly Scrumptious is Truly Scrumptious, or Toot Sweets. We'll watch the main theme to start off with. God, I love this movie. Oh my goodness. Bats XO, $2. Ooh, the queer delegation voted Nat as a gay icon like Cher. Wow. Amazing. I'll take it. I will take it. Thank you. The straight white girl from small town Missouri. I'll take it. Thank you so much for your $2. I appreciate it. I think you might be right, Eddie. This might have played on TV every weekend for the first 7 years of my life, too. Yeah, the child catcher dude, that was a little creepy. Oh, thank you. You're so kind. I feel kind of like Leslie Knope on Parks and Rec when she became a gay icon in Pawnee. I love it. For those of you that don't know, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang was the original theme song of the original version of Wheel of Fortune. I can probably show it to you if you'd like. It's pretty funny. It's weird. It's been forever. DM Jack 77 member super chat $5. Thank you. I drove my grandma crazy saying Chitty Chitty Bang Bang constantly after I saw this movie as a child. Right? It was so close to being able to say shitty and not getting in trouble for it. Here, I'm sorry about the earworm. Let's listen to Toot Sweets, and then we'll listen to Truly Scrumptious. The other day that Julie Andrews was supposed to play Truly Scrumptious, but for some reason she couldn't do it. Maybe she was pregnant or something was happening, but she couldn't do the role of Truly Scrumptious, so they gave it to this lady here. I can't remember her name. Hold on. Let's find out her name. Who played Truly Scrumptious? Sally Ann Howes. But yeah, it was originally supposed to be Julie, but somehow it didn't happen. I always loved this because when I was growing up, we couldn't say the word fart. Mom wouldn't allow it, so they were called toots. So this was the farting song for us, Toot Sweets. Because we have it. Oh, she died at 91. A lot of longevity amongst these people here. Yeah, this was meant to be Julie. I mean, you can tell too. I mean, of course she would have been the first choice to play Truly Scrumptious. Speaking of Truly Scrumptious, let's watch the song.
I'm so glad you.
Or we could do the music dance box scene. Toot Sweet meant hurry in French. So I still use Toot Sweet to this day. Like, come on, we gotta go. Let's go, Toot Sweet. Oh my God. I loved this when I was little. Have gas. Have gas. We could say have gas or pass gas. But toot was the word that we had, what we usually used. Oh, I love it so much. We're still talking about farts. Let me tell you, I wish my brother was here because he loves fart humor. He's a 46-year-old man that still loves the fart humor. Well, I mean, who doesn't? Farts are funny, right? But it's such a man thing. But I love it because it makes my brother laugh so much that it makes me laugh. All right, let's watch the music box, and then we'll move on to some Dick Van Dyke Show, and then we'll do Diagnosis Murder. She makes it look so easy, but this is a very difficult piece to perform. Farts, you guys. Where's Birdie? Birdie has been super busy. He's been working his ass off, just trying to make a living. And it got too cold to work on his golf channel, so he's going to try to launch it in the spring. But he just works nonstop, typical Gen X guy, trying to provide for his family, trying to take care of everybody, and just working hard. So hopefully he'll come and join us soon. For those of you that don't know my brother, Birdie, he's 2 years younger than me. He's a 79 Gen Xer. And he's like the coolest guy. And in any room he walks into, he's the coolest guy in the room. And I adore him. Are I going to do a Christmas movie marathons in Discord? Yes, I am. I just got to get it together. I should put Birdie's picture in all my merch. That's not or at least have a Birdie merch options. Have some Birdie merch and some Dale merch. Yes, I always let Dave know that I'm still the oldest. I will never let him forget that. You want an outdoor Dale t-shirt? Okay, I like that. I could have an outdoor Dale t-shirt and an indoor Dale t-shirt because that's two different Dales. Dale Dale is like a cat dog. He doesn't use a litter box. He goes outside like a dog. So when he needs to go potty, he just comes and tells me, and I let him out if he's inside. In the spring and summer, that's outside Dale. He's outside 98% of the day. He just comes in to eat. But in the winter and the fall and winter, he's indoor Dale. So he'll hang out and sleep inside and then go out to go to the bathroom. An outdoor Dale t-shirt? Okay. Oh, yeah, we got to do our James Bond night as well because my brother's the James Bond expert of my family. Duality Dale. You guys are killing me. Oh, man. What's the temp in Missouri? It's been pretty cold, like in the 30s. Let me look and see what it's at right now. 31 degrees right now. Clear skies, though. It's clear, sunny, and cold temperatures. As long as it's not snowing or icing, I'm okay with that. Ooh, next week we get up into the 40s and 50s with no precipitation. I will take that. Absolutely. Been cold in Virginia. Yeah, it's been a cold couple of weeks. Okay. Let's watch some Best of Dick Van Dyke Show. This is always a big one. I've seen this a lot on social media, but I'll play it for you guys. This is from a scene where Mary Tyler Moore was shooting pool, and they were gonna shoot it. She's supposed to make the shot, but they were gonna take the one shot of her making the shot, and then bring in an expert pool person to make the shot and film it with her. But she made it on her own on the first try. So this is Mary Tyler Moore on the set of the Dick Van Dyke Show.
In a 1962 episode of The Dick Van Dyke Show, Laura Petrie, played by Mary Tyler Moore, decides she wants to stop playing pool because her favorite movie has just started on TV. Her husband, Rob Petrie, portrayed by Dick Van Dyke, encourages her to finish the game. Laura reluctantly agrees, leading to a planned moment where a professional pool player was supposed to take over for a tricky shot off camera. The scene would then cut back to Laura after the shot was made. However, what happened instead was an incredible, unscripted moment, and the reaction that followed was priceless. Take a look.
I want to see you get out of this.
All right.
I know. I do apologize for the AI narration. I didn't know that was going to be a part of the video. All right, so here we go. So she's supposed to take the shot. They're going to cut away, use a professional pool player to make the shot. But this is what happened on the very first take. Here we go.
It's priceless. Take a look.
I want to see you get out of this.
Oh, and watch Dick Van Dyke's reaction.
All right. I believe that finishes the game, Mr. Petrie.
In a 1962 episode of the
I need to find a shot where you can see where you can actually see what she does, because it's so impressive. Whoops.
In a 1962
I hate shorts so much. So let's watch it again. Hope you can see it. But basically, she's got 3 balls there in the middle that she's going to hit, and they're all going to go in the hole.
Out of this.
In the hole. In the pocket. I'm sorry. So here we go. Watch the shot. Watch the ball. You can't see them all on this angle, but you'll get the idea.
I believe that finishes the game, Mr. Petrie.
3 balls. He's got them.
In a 1962
Oh, so that's a pretty famous scene. Here is the longest laugh. Well, let's see.
Bob, are you trying to tell me that we have the wrong baby? You're crazy.
Honey, keep calm.
Perfectly calm, except that I'm a little worried about you. Darling, why don't you eat something?
Honey, I have eaten. Honey, I can take it. I can take it. Don't. That our baby is probably just as cute as that one is.
Will you stop?
This is when I bring home the wrong baby.
Where did you ever
You've got to have a Nick at Night and watch some old stuff.
get such a crazy idea?
At the hospital, that's where we got it.
We got the wrong flowers.
You forgot about the blueberry tarts and the rice pudding pretty fast, didn't you? Not to mention dried figs.
Dried. Rob, this is our baby, and that's all there is to it.
Honey, he doesn't even look like us.
Rob,
You see?
all I see is our baby with a blue foot.
Ink.
How did it get there?
Jerry and I put it on.
Why?
We're just running a series of tests.
Rob, there are no series of tests in the world that are going to convince me that is not our baby.
Oh, honey, I don't blame you. You can't face the facts. Poor kid.
Oh, Rob.
Well, honey, that's probably the Peters. Now brace yourself.
Rob, nobody is taking this baby. Do you hear me? Nobody.
Okay, here we go. Get ready for the longest laugh in the history of television, I guess.
Or I think it'd be better if you went to your room. I can handle it.
I am staying right here.
Hi, we're Mr. and Mrs. Peters.
Come in.
I believe we have your Aunt Bertha's figs and you have Dick and Betty's flowers.
Mrs. Peters, won't you come in?
This is how they did race jokes in the 60s.
Thank you. I'm still a little wobbly. Yeah, me too, although not quite as wobbly as my husband.
Oh, that's all we're gonna get? I thought we were gonna get more. I guess I should have planned a little bit better. Where is this one? Here's the the Van Dyke and Company, the 70s TV show. Let's watch a little of that.
There's something that I promised.
I don't see a lot of Dick Van Dyke stuff from the 70s. I don't remember a lot of stuff because I think that's when he was really struggling with his alcoholism. So I watched a lot of his stuff from the 60s, but not a lot of stuff from the 70s. I was thinking the same thing, Bats XO. That's a good looking couple. Him and Mary Tyler Moore at that time were just beautiful. All right, this is Van Dyke and Company, and then we'll get to Diagnosis Murder.
A lot of people I do. It all comes from a movie I made about 10 years ago. I'm sure it's going to be around a long time, longer than me. It's Mary Poppins. Great Walt Disney movie. Thank you. I'm proud of it. Happy to be a part of it. Anyway, wherever I go, somebody always says, hey, can you sing Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious? Well, tonight we're going to do it, and we've got, I think, a terrific production number for you. So if you just sit back.
Oh, good, because I almost watched this when we were watching Mary Poppins, but I'm glad they're going to do it here. Yay!
Spend the next 5 minutes with us. Huh? A minute and a half? That's all we've got? Well, I guess we better just get moving along. We'll speed it up a little bit. Kids, we're going to double the tempo, so watch your step, will you? Lex, the music's ready. Let's go. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, even though the sound of it is something quite atrocious. If you say it loud enough, you'll always sound precocious. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Because I was afraid to speak, I was just a lad. My mother gave my nose a tweak and told me I was bad. But then one day I learned a word to say, make a note. The biggest word you ever heard, and this is how it goes. Oh, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, even though the sound of it is something quite atrocious. If you say it loud enough, you'll always sound precocious. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
I'm totally digging his orange outfit, by the way. It really works. Makes him pop on screen. I approve. Seriously, learning what he's doing right now on stage, like learning that routine would be the biggest workout. Maybe I should use that as a workout routine.
So, when the cat has got your tongue, there's no need for dismay. Just summon up this word and then you've got a lot to say. But better say it carefully or it can change your life. One night I said it to me, girl, and now
it girls be right.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, even though the sound of it is something quite atrocious. If you say it loud enough, you'll always sound precocious. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. This lady is probably the best friend I have in the world. She is also the most talented and the prettiest. Ladies and gentlemen, my very close friend, Mary Tyler Moore.
You don't know how much I've looked forward to doing this.
Oh, me too.
My God, they're just as beautiful in the 70s as they were in the 60s. It's insane. It's insane.
Too, Mary. You know something? You look incredible.
Thank you.
You look younger and prettier every time I see you.
Oh, come on. Me? What about you? Look at that fabulous face. That gorgeous head of gray hair.
Thanks, Mary.
Whoa.
The old gray hair bit. You tell her how young she looks, she says you're ready for the old folks home.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at these amazing special effects. Interesting bit they've got going on here.
Well, you remember how close we used to be back in those days and how much fun we had making that show. Yeah, till she got her own show and her own company and her own network.
Oh my God, is this like, this is giving me like What We're Really Thinking vibes. Oh my God, this is good. This is like a Key and Peele sketch with like Obama translator.
Fun we had making that show. Yeah, till she got her own show and her own company and her own network.
Yeah, those were certainly lovely times.
You know something? You're the one who really made that show work.
Oh, Dick, how sweet of you to say that. Sweet? Sweet of him? If you were so important, how come he called it the Dick Van Dyke Show? Dick, I can't tell you how thrilled I am that you wanted me to be a guest on your show. Yeah. Especially after he found out he couldn't get Julie Andrews.
Burn, burn. They look like clones. The collars are groovy. I love big 70s collars. These outfits are just amazing in every way, shape, and form.
I hear you have really a tremendous special coming up. When is it going to be on?
Sometime in January.
Good. You'll be sure and be out of town then? Will you shut up?
What do you mean?
Oh, I wasn't talking to you.
Well, if you want me to shut up and you were not talking to me, why did you want me on your show?
To get more people to watch, that's why. That's not true. I don't want people to watch her.
Are you gonna just sit here and take that from him? No, I am not.
You're not what?
I'm not going to stay here another minute.
Well, hey, Mary.
Leaving.
No, hey, wait a minute. I was talking to myself. Well, I mean, I wasn't talking to myself, but I wasn't talking to you. Oh, well. You know, it's funny. All the years they knew each other and worked together, you and I never met.
I know.
I have to tell you something. You're just as nice as he says you were.
Well, thank you. You're not so bad yourself.
There was something I know he honestly did want to say to her, so I'll do it for him. Just to thank her for being on his show.
Oh, it was her pleasure.
Oh.
Thanks,
Julie.
That was sweet. All right. God, it's already past midnight where I'm at, guys. Let's do a quick diagnosis murder, and we'll do our weekly. I'm going to start doing a weekly Mr. Rogers clip, and then we're going to Nelson out and call it a night. So, diagnosis murder. Oh, Pushing Up Roses did a video about diagnosis murder. That's a great channel if you guys haven't seen Pushing Up Roses. Let's see what we got here. We got full episodes on YouTube. My goodness. We can't watch full episodes. That's not going to work. Hey, look, there's my live stream on the Explore More. That's weird. Let's watch Pushing Up Roses. Well, no, that's too long. What's the playlist we got here? Full episode. I don't want to watch full episodes. We'll watch one. We'll watch a clip with his son Shane. Oh, this is a fan made video. This is a fan made video. Never mind. Ooh, a promo.
PAX tonight. When a patient goes under the knife, is it just a facelift or a face-off with death?
I think it was murder.
To catch the killer, Doc Sloan becomes the man of 3 faces.
Ooh.
Is he the next target, or is it the man with the tan? And is a mug like this a motive for murder? You know who guest stars. A special 2-hour diagnosis murder movie. House on Sycamore Street. Tonight at 9, 8 Central on PAX.
Nice. Nightfall 78, $2. I'll be here every Friday. You're breathtaking. Oh, thank you so much. You're making me feel good about myself. I like that. Thank you. I am trying to I'm actually at the biggest weight I've ever been in my entire life right now. And I am making it my goal in 26 to lose some pounds and get healthy. And so I'm starting a group on my Discord for anybody that wants to get healthy and lose weight in 2026. And we're going to kind of check in with each other every week and hold each other accountable and get some good healthy habits in our lives. So I appreciate that you think I'm breathtaking now. That makes me very happy. But wait till you see me when I'm lose half my weight. Because I don't look like myself right now, I don't think. Oh no, you got notified just now? I've been streaming since 8. Just so you know, Woody, I stream every Friday at 8 o'clock Central. Oh yeah. That's right, you do own Diagnosis Murder on Blu-ray. Oh, thank you. I just want to look happy, like happy and healthy. Like, I just, I'm 48 years old. I can't get away with bad habits like I did when I was 21. What if I'm only half as breathtaking at that half the weight? Well, you know what? That's a good point. I might only be half as breathtaking. Well, then I'll stop. I'll stop if I start to lose my breathtakingness, then I will stop. Oh, you guys are so kind to me. I love it. I love it. I love it. Making a girl feel good about herself. Let's see. Any other clips that I want to watch? Let's just watch a promo. And then we're going to watch our Mr. Rogers. We've been on Dick Van Dyke for quite a bit here. So.
5 nights a week, Dick Van Dyke stars in Diagnosis Murder.
I'm Dr. Mark Sloan. Dr. Sloan fancies himself some sort of sleuth. What? Just doing my job.
And that makes him a very busy man. Just take a look at his day planner. Monday, treated a sore throat, solved a murder.
Somebody murdered my patient in my hospital.
Tuesday, performed CPR, solved a murder.
You tell that crazy doctor to quit fooling around with that gangster before he ends up his own patient.
Just indulge me. I'm sure you'll enjoy it.
Wednesday, gave a blood test, solved a murder.
I think he tried to have me killed.
Freeze! Drop the gun.
Thursday, administered physical therapy, solved a murder.
I think I know who killed him.
Friday, prevented an air disaster, solved a
murder.
Wait a minute.
This guy is good.
Dad, you've got to stop running. I can't. People are chasing me.
Only PAX TV has Diagnosis Murder 5 nights a week at 10, 9 Central.
You know what you're saying. I know exactly what
Robert,
I'm saying.
Diagnosis Murder 5 nights a week, only on PAX TV. Share it with someone you love.
Oh, I'm sharing it with you guys. I love you guys. Thank you so much. DM Jack 77 member super chat for $5. Thank you. Dick Van Dyke played a villain in a season 4 episode of Airwolf with his son. Really? I did not know that. He played a villain. I would love to see him as a villain. Let's see if they have any clips up here. Malduke? Oh my God. Barry Van Dyke. Oh, here's another Van Dyke show.
My apologies for interrupting.
I'll have to look for that. Not while I'm sitting here on a live stream, but I'll have to look for that. The Van Dyke Show promo from 1988.
Wednesday, Dick moves into a bachelor pad.
Have you made any new friends yet?
Why, what'd you hear?
But single life in the 80s is a ticklish affair. The Van Dyke Show.
I don't remember that at all. Do you guys remember him having a show as a single guy in the 80s? The Van Dyke Show. Look at this shit.
This is Channel 21, WHP TV, Harrisburg, York.
How did this get past me? I must be slipping in my old age. How did this get past me? Oh, that's right. talking. Yes, it is. And we got commercials. And we got commercials. A Hallmark Christmas commercial at that. We're going to watch it.
The gift wrappings of Hallmark. Hundreds of ways to let you create a look that's you and only you.
Well, that's
Gift wrappings that make presents look special. That say, this is from me to you. With love. Gift wrappings you can find only at Hallmark, where there's more to Christmas than ever before.
Dave.
Ooh, Nescafe. Did you guys see the Back to the Future clock tower in that? That universal backlot has been used in a lot of shows. The one I remember was Ghost Whisperer. I don't know if you guys ever watched Ghost Whisperer with Jennifer Love Hewitt. It's one of my guilty pleasures. But they used the universal backlot, and the whole town that she was in was Hill Valley. Like, and I couldn't get it out of my head. Every time I saw it, I was just like, "You're in Back to the Future." Okay, it's past midnight. I've been doing this for 4 hours. I need to start. I probably should maybe in next year start an hour earlier. That way we're not going so late at night. All right, our clip of the week. We're going to be doing a Mr. Rogers clip of the week. I've been saving them.
This is channel.
Hold on. Let's get to my playlists. View full playlist. And this week, see, we watched Mr. Rogers go to court last time. And this time, let's see. He's going to go to the grocery store. Mr. Rogers is going to the grocery store. Here we go.
In fact, there are some things that I really need to buy at a grocery store. Milk,
Noted.
bananas, yogurt. Why don't we just go to the grocery store together? You can see where I buy the things I eat, and maybe you'll even meet some of the people who work.
He was in court because he got a parking ticket, and he went to appeal it because he wasn't happy about it. He was trying to go inside to get change for the meter, and he got a ticket while he was inside getting change for the meter. It was hardcore, but he was able to come out victorious. I like when you saw how crayons were made. We've watched that before, but we'll do it again in the future. You've never seen Ghost Whisperer? Oh, you got to watch it. It's on Pluto. It's free. It's really good the first 3 seasons, and then it kind of goes off the rails once I don't want to tell you what happened because then it will ruin it, but the first 3 seasons are pretty good. Oh, you want to watch some bloopers, Heath? $4.99. Thank you. Dick Van Dyke Show bloopers before Nelson. Okay. We'll watch some bloopers after we watch our Mr. Rogers moment. He's going to the grocery store, guys.
Work in the grocery store in this neighborhood. Come along to the neighborhood grocery store. Chef.
Do you also have local grocers where you live, or is everything pretty chain? You got your Walmarts and your Targets and your Krogers and your Aldis. But do you guys have any local grocery stores? We had a local grocery store when I was growing up called Tomboy that I used to go. I loved going to when I was little. It was a little bitty grocery store, but we don't have any. We had IGA as well, which we called IGA growing up, but we don't have any. We have a Schnucks, which is a Midwest chain, and then we have a Walmart, and that's about the extent of and an Aldi. Oh, I take that back. We have a Save-A-Lot. But none of this like locally owned small grocers anymore.
Rocket.
Hey, how are you, Fred?
I'm just fine. Boy, are you doing well?
I'm a two-wheeler. I ride every day now. It's great for my legs.
I'm proud of you. Yeah, I'm taking my friends to the grocery store here.
Well, I'm going to keep riding. I can't slow down.
Have a good day.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye.
I've heard about Wegmans. I've heard it's pretty cool. One of the more pricey places I've heard, but I've never been to Wegmans. I do love the South and their Piggly Wigglies. I do love me some Piggly Wigglies, and I do love me down in Texas the H-E-B, and Publix. Yeah, but in my little town, Walmart pretty much annihilated every small grocer. So, Schnucks, Save-A-Lot, Aldi's, Walmart. That's what we got.
Come on in.
This is great.
Hi, Gene.
I hope we get to see some prices. That's going to be amazing.
Hello. That's you, Kevin?
Yeah, hello. How are you?
Hi.
Fred?
Good, thanks. Here's the milk here. That reminds me of the time we were at the dairy, seeing all the milk coming.
Of course I know the Hebe. We had the ghetto Hebe, which was in the bad part of town. And then we had the nice Hebe, which was like the newer one. That was like the superstore Hebe. But gotta know the Hebe. Loved it.
Down into the bottles and look at all this milk. I just think about all.
What year is this? Let me find out. This is a real grocery store, just so you know. The question is 1984. This is an episode about work and what it's like to work, have a job. Ooh, Albertsons. I know Albertsons. They were in Utah.
The different people who will be drinking this milk.
We had this one in, we had a chain in Kansas City called Price Chopper, which was like the ghetto grocery store. And then we have, oh God, I'm going to be mad at myself. We had Dillon's, which was a smaller grocery store in Kansas. And then, it's the really nice one. Not Price Chopper. There's a really nice grocery chain in Kansas City that sponsors all the Chiefs stuff. I'm going to have to look at what it's called. It's going to kill me when I see what I see what it's called. Hy-Vee, for the love of God. Hy-Vee. All right, I'll stop talking about all the grocery stores in my area, and we're going to watch Mr. Rogers. It looks like the milk is $1.96 for a full gallon and $1.01 for a half gallon.
Come here and buy it and take it home for their families. Oh, look up here. This is all cheese in here. I like to eat cheese. Do you?
I love cheese, Mr. Rogers.
And then a little further up, oh, here's the yogurt. This is just what I want. Okay, this is the kind I want. So that takes care of that. Now, right over here. Oh, look, here's dog food. So this place has food for animals as well as people. Dog food. And
I was wondering how they were going to deal with brand names and logos, but if you notice, there are no brand names or logos anywhere. But that was pretty common back then. I don't remember having everything being branded.
Dog biscuits. Now let's go right down this way.
Generics, yeah.
Oh, here are the cereals here. When I was a little boy and come to the grocery store with my parents, I'd say, I want one of this and one of this and one of this and one of this. I'd want one of everything.
The cereal aisle in the 80s. Every one of those had their own commercial and their own brand mascot. Let's look what we got. We got Fruit Loops, Bran Flakes, Count Chocula, Raisin Bran, 19, Golden Grams, Lucky Charms. Look at all that. Amazing.
In the store. And of course I couldn't have it. Nobody can have everything. Let's just go right over this way. Hi, Wayne.
Hi, Fred. How you doing today?
Great. How are you?
Good to see you.
Glad to see you. I'd like you to know my television neighbor.
Hi.
What are you doing?
Pricing some apple prune juice, putting it on the shelf here today. Would you like to try and price one?
Sure.
There you
The old pricer guns.
Just press the white button in there.
Because back then, it wasn't until the universal UPC codes, I don't think became a thing until like the late 80s, early 90s. So before then, like that's one thing I remember about Tomboy, the little tiny grocery that we used to go to growing up, was they used those price guns, and so there wasn't universal barcodes where everything was scanned. So you'd take your items up, they would price them with the price guns, and then you would take them up to the checkout clerk, and she would type the prices of each item into the cash register. Again, a little taking the humanity out of everything. I know that sounds silly, that scanning a barcode as opposed to a cashier typing in the price. It sounds weird to say that you're taking humanity out of it, but you kind of are.
And the ticket comes out here, and you put it right on top of the jar there.
Oh, all right. You press this first.
There you go. Right on top there. Very good.
Can I do another one?
Sure can.
The baby
That's
dude.
right on.
Good stock person.
Well, now, how much do you know to put on these?
Well, you have to, you buy it from our warehouse, and then that's a certain price. And then you have to add on for labor to pay the employees, and then a cost, for electricity. You have to pay your electric bill at the end of the month to run all your cases, like the dairy case and stuff, to keep things cold.
Mm-hmm. I guess you have to rent the building, too, and
Yeah,
things
you
like
have to
that.
pay for all of that.
There's an awful lot to know.
Sure
in the
is.
grocery business, isn't there?
There is, but it's fun.
Thanks very much.
You
We're
have a
mighty
good day.
glad your groceries in this neighborhood.
Thank you
See
very
you soon,
much.
Wayne.
Okay, take
Bye-bye.
care. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
Hi. Here are the bananas. I think I'd like these.
It's a bold move getting a basket when a gallon of milk is on your list. Because after a while, it's always a difficult choice whether to get a cart or whether to get a basket. You've really got to be strategic about these kinds of things, because lugging a whole gallon of milk around in a basket after a while, that can get tough, especially if you get it the very first thing. He should have strategized his shopping a little bit more and waited till the very end.
Look at all of these fruits and vegetables. There are lemons and limes, grapefruit, melons. Looks so good. Bananas.
Oh, I like the tiny carts too. One of our Walmarts, not the one here in my town, but the one in the town over, they have the tiny carts, and those are the best. They're like a perfect like solution to a basket. I don't really want to lug around a gallon of milk, but that big old cart I really don't need. The tiny cart's the best.
Pineapples, eggplants, peppers, cucumbers, onions, cauliflower, broccoli. Oh, hi, Joel.
Hi, Fred. How are you today?
Great. How are you?
Real good, thank you.
Like you'd know my television neighbor.
Hello.
Hello. I love how everybody knows each other's name. They say hello and greet each other, have a little conversation.
What are you doing?
I'm putting some carrots out. Fixing them up here. When we're ready, we've been selling a lot of carrots today.
Oh, that's good. I think they're good for you, aren't
Sure, they are.
they? Where do you keep those things when you don't have them here?
Oh, we have a stock room. Maybe you'd like to come with your neighbor and see it.
I'd like to.
Okay.
Come to the stock room?
Sure. Let's go.
Go to the stock room.
Now, this is an area that most customers don't get to see, but I thought you might like to have a little look around.
I'll say. Boy, you have a lot of things here.
Yeah, well, we keep a nice big supply of everything on hand.
I guess so. And when you get it in,
Looks like they failed to bring an extra light for the shot here.
the trucks, then do you bring it down here?
Yeah, we bring it down on the conveyor belt,
Uh-huh.
and then as we use it, we take it back up again.
I see. How does that thing work?
I'll show you. Here's a little switch here. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
That sends it up. And this brings it right back down.
Ah, good. You've worked here a long time, haven't you?
Ever since I was a little boy, my father would bring me to work with him.
What kinds of things would you do?
Oh, anything that needed done. Sweeping and cleaning and carrying out groceries and just
worked there since he was a little boy with his dad. That's the other thing that we really are lacking these days, is that all of our parents who own businesses like sold them to large companies and private equity firms instead of passing them down to their children. They all sold out their businesses, got rich, merged all the corporations, bought up every small business worth their salt. Family business. Child labor, I worked in my parents' businesses when I was a little kid. I loved it. I loved just being there, being with my family and being involved and included.
Helping them as much as I could.
I bet you were proud of that.
Yeah, I sure was.
And he's probably proud of you.
I hope he is.
I shouldn't keep you any longer from your work, and I need to get back to my place.
Okay.
But thanks very much.
All right, Fred. Hey, maybe you'd like to give your groceries a little ride on the conveyor.
Ooh.
Oh, sure.
All
That's
right.
a good idea.
Yeah, we'll set them up here and we'll turn it on.
Let's set that thing down. That basket's starting to kill me. I've been carrying around this gallon of milk for a while. My arm needs a rest.
Okay, groceries, here we go.
There it goes.
Thanks, Joel.
Okay, Fred. Take care.
See you later.
Good seeing you.
Have a good day. You too.
Judy.
Hello, Fred. How are you today?
Thanks. I'd like you to know my television neighbor. This is
Hello.
Judy.
Oh, here she is. She's typing it all in.
To weigh those.
Yes.
Now, why don't you have to weigh that one?
That's already priced for me.
Oh, I see.
You ask a lot of questions, Fred. Just a little fun fact. My parents met. My mom was a cashier at one of our local grocery stores here in town, and my dad went through her line, and that's how they met. If it wasn't for our grocery store and this cashier job, I would have never been born.
Okay, that's $3.57. And 5.
Oh, look, he's making change. Remember when we used to do that with cash?
A lot of different noises in those machines, aren't there?
Sure are.
Yes. My origin
Thank you
story
very
begins
much.
at a grocery store.
Saw Wayne and Joel.
Oh, yeah.
They look good.
That's good.
Yeah, although that was
I wanted to
$3.57. Good catch on that. And look, I wish we could have saw the cigarette aisle where all the cigarettes were out. Do you guys remember when cigarettes used to be not behind the counter? They used to be out in the aisle. I remember. They put them behind the counter when I was in college, like at the very end of my college years.
My friends, some interesting things at the grocery store.
Oh, that's good.
Thanks very
Thank
much.
you, and have a good day.
You too. Bye, Judy.
Hello.
So let's just go back to my place.
Yeah, it was called a high trust society. That's what it was, a different time. We still have aisles for booze. Missouri, because Missouri, Anheuser-Busch was in Missouri since the 40s. Well, before that, since the 1880s, really. But they really became a big player in the 30s and 40s in state politics. But because of Anheuser-Busch, Missouri has very lax liquor laws and very, except for our blue laws on Sunday. We do have blue laws on Sunday. But other than that, like, we don't have like open container laws or our taxes, our alcohol and cigarette taxes, what they call sin taxes, are the lowest in the country. So our taxes are very low, so our prices are very low. So we have booze everywhere. You can get booze in the aisles of Walmart, booze in the aisles of gas stations, grocery stores. It doesn't matter where you can. We have drive-through in Missouri. Drive-through convenience store, like gas stations. You go through a drive-through gas station, get a pack of smokes, get a 12-pack of beer, get a soda or whatever. So we can get liquor in any way, shape, or form in Missouri. Yeah, open container. They give no fucks. For like anybody, like for the driver, I think they do have an open container rule. But if you're in the car and you're not the driver, you can have an open container. I know a lot of states don't have that. Lots of sitting. Lots of sitting.
The bananas won't go in the refrigerator. But the milk and the yogurt will. When you go shopping with your mom or dad, do you sometimes want things that they don't get for you?
Yes.
Well, now that I'm a parent, I understand that parents have to be the ones to decide. There are some things that children want that their parents just can't buy for them. But there's some fish food for you fish.
That's right, because kids don't run the house. The parents do. At least that was the case back when we were growing up. Gotta feed the fish. That's right.
We'll have some make-believe. Oh, you know what this is?
What is it?
This is a top hat.
All right. That was our Mr. Rogers clip of the week. Good stuff. Dick Van Dyke Show bloopers. That's our super chat from Heath. And then we are going to Nelson Out. Dick Van Dyke Show bloopers. All right.
Ba-dum-ba-dum-dum-dum.
The Dick Van Dyke Show.
Well, it's about time you sold something.
Brought to you by the all-time champ of all kinds of cleaning.
Okay, let me try to find some bloopers here. Okay. Here we go. We're getting there.
Mr. Clean himself. The all-purpose liquid so white you can see the difference.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
Hi, it's good to see you again.
Hey, what a nice house.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, Saul, how long can you stay? Well, I don't have to be in Connecticut until, oh, is that where I'm going? Connecticut? Where, the Connecticut? You know, Wally. I forgot where I was going.
Maybe I can do something. What time do you get through? Ready?
Look.
Go. You just did that. I'm still rolling. Ready?
Knock it off. Mel, look, why couldn't I take the afternoon plane?
Well, she goes on the air at 1 o'clock, and if her agent is as good as she says, if her...
Mel, why couldn't I take the afternoon plane?
Well, she goes on the air at 1 o'clock. And if she sings as well as her agent says, she'll... Care to try it once more?
Good point.
Ready. Action.
Mel, why couldn't I take the afternoon plane?
She goes on the air tomorrow, and Alan will be very upset.
Never saw a guy so crazy about the same line.
Okay. Child bullshit.
A little difficult to watch with the way they've edited this, but it's still very interesting. Oh, did she just pick her nose?
Oh, shut up.
Yes, dear, I know that level, and
Sure again, please.
Just because
I'm not listening. Ready? Go.
Just because I'm whispering does not. You cue me.
He's 100
Take me
now.
away.
That's why we're watching this tonight. He just turned 100 at midnight. Today's his birthday, December 13th. That's why we're watching his stuff tonight.
From all this, I don't want to be a dancer. I want to be your wife.
Hello, Betty Girl Rachel.
That's the line.
I'll give it to you.
Back up, please. Do you remember what you told me?
Yeah.
I'm gonna kiss her in a minute. I'm getting nervous, boy.
Now, I hope I'm not interrupting your work. I did look forward to us having a little chat, but, well, you know, I'll think of the line in a minute.
Hi, congratulate me. What for? You're looking at the new head writer of the Dan Rogers Show. What? Changed his name right in the middle of our first act.
Keep it rolling, Jordan.
Keep rolling. Keep rolling.
And action, Sally.
Well, that's where Laura and I differ. You see, I wouldn't mind being married to a rich, doddering old man. I wouldn't mind being married to a poor, doddering old man. Because at least if he's doddering, sure, hello?
She's gonna get it. All right, let's watch a couple more here. Let's watch the most watched part of the video.
That's one line, joke liner, right?
Oh, boy. Back up. Okay. To there. Back up 3 speeches.
Rob, trust me. Go away and come back in an hour. Aren't you laughing?
Whoa!
Well, I think it's
Did they just flash? Did they just flash naughty boobs on the screen? Because it looked like boobs. Gotta be careful there, YouTube. That's why it's the most watched section of the video, because somebody flashed Fight Club boobs onto the screen. I saw that, yeah. It's like Fight Club. Yeah, I think we found out why it was most watched. Okay, all right. On that note, we just got Tyler Durden. All right. It's time to Nelson out, guys. I am done for the night. I am tired. For those of you that don't know, I end every live stream with a song from Nelson. Usually it's Love and Affection. Sometimes I will do the Kids Incorporated version. Sometimes we'll do a different Nelson song. On our members only live stream last Sunday, we did a live version of Love and Affection from last summer. So Nelson is still touring. We also found out that Nelson is doing a show about a couple hours away from my hometown here on February 14th. So I might have to go to a Nelson show for Valentine's Day. I'm tired. It's been a long day. So tonight we're going to do the traditional Nelson out, the original video version of Love and Affection, and we're going to have a great time. And then be on the lookout for my next video here in the next few days. I don't know exactly when it's going to be posted. Just be on the lookout. So make sure you are subscribed to the channel, have your notifications turned on, and check out, become a member of the channel if you'd like. I'm doing some trivia over there in the membership section. We do a members only live stream as well. And you get special emojis and badges on your comments, and you get priority on this live, on the super chats, or you get priority with super chats on the live streams and in the comment section. So do all of those things. And I will be back here next Friday. Also, join us on the Discord if you want to lose weight with me or just hang out with other cool Gen Xers. There's no ads. There's no censorship. There's no dumb kids. It's just Gen Xers hanging out, talking about the 70s, 80s, and 90s. So it's pretty great. All right. We're going to Nelson out, kids, with love and affection. Super excited about it. Trauma, guys. I did not know we were gonna get, I mean, boobs shouldn't traumatize you. Gay or straight, boobs shouldn't traumatize you. Boobs are awesome. But yeah. Everything crashed on my end. I want to give you a full Nelson. Are you guys still there? Are you guys there? Okay. StreamYard crashed or my internet connection went crazy or whatever. So I don't know what happened. Either the StreamYard crashed or I lost my own internet connection. They didn't like the boobs. All right, I'm going to give you a full Nelson. I'm so glad you guys hung out for me. I was like, what happened? What happened? Hold on. I got to pull it up. Dang it. Just like all right, am I still on? Oh, you want to see Dale? Okay. If you want to see Dale, I'll go get Dale. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Here he is. He's mad. He wants to eat so bad. But he's here for a minute anyways. Ooh, and Sadie went to the groomers yesterday. I'll show you Sadie. She won't fight me so hard. But anyway, here's Dale. Okay. He wants to eat. I'm going to get him a snack, get Sadie, and we're going to Nelson out. Dale is a huge Nelson fan. This is Sadie. She just went to the beauty shop and she looks super pretty. Can you say hi? Can you say Are you guys still here? I lost internet completely. Are you guys still here? Okay. Just so you know, I turned off my camera and took out my teeth, so I'm not going to show you my face. I lost my internet connection. Internet completely down. All right. We're going to... Here, let me turn my camera back on. Well, if you weren't here last December, I had to get all of my teeth taken out of my face because I had a genetic periodontal disorder, and I had to get all my teeth removed. So, yes, at 47, I had to, when I say I had to get all my teeth removed, every tooth was extracted, and I even had my wisdom teeth taken out. So that was a year ago. On December 21st, it's been a year. And it's been a weird, that's one of the reasons why I have struggled with weight this past year. I've been eating really weird things. Anyways, it's a long story, but yes, I have a complete I have implants, I have teeth implants, and I have a denture. Yeah, and it's all genetic, so it wasn't bad teeth. My teeth were fine. It was my gums. But my gums were forcing my teeth out. Anyway, long story. Let's Nelson out. Hold on. I'm going to go put my teeth back in so I can sing. Hold on. Be right back. Ta-da! Okay. So now you all know that are here with me still that I do have completely fake teeth. I'm going to make a video about it at some point because I documented everything with pictures and video. Aw, thank you, Gemini Gypsy. You're the best. Okay. Let's Nelson out, guys. I've got to get to bed. It's past 1 o'clock in the morning where I'm at. I guess I got to share the screen again.
3, 4.
Love you guys too. Seriously, I love you guys. Thank you so much for waiting for me. You guys know this. You guys, I know you know the chorus at this point. You ready? Let's just said I didn't see what you said, so I don't think you overstepped. Fluffy Brownie. I had been streaming since 8 p.m. Central Time. We are 5 hours in. I wish I could keep going, but I gotta go sleepy. He's still eating. Dale has a big appetite. He's a picky cat, but when he finds something he likes, that boy eats and eats and eats and eats and eats. His favorite thing is Fancy Feast with extra gravy, poultry or beef. He does love the occasional fish with gravy as well. And he also loves the delectable squeeze-up puree things and the spoons. If you're not a cat person, you're not going to know what any of that is, and that's fine. Sorry. Let's Nelson, step up for me. Speak for me. When I get popped off or kicked off or whatever for my own internet connection or for copyright or whatever, mods take control. You'll know I'll come back. And thank you so much. I appreciate it. Am I sure Dell isn't a Virgo? Dell was born early August. So that's not Leo, is it? Leo's later August. I'm not sure. Oh, speaking of Dale, here he is. Hey, buddy. Maybe he'll Nelson out with us. Waiting for the key change. Hanging out with me tonight. I'm coughing now. I took a hit not long ago, and it's still like sitting in my throat. Damn you, weed. No, that's not correct. I love weed. Okay. My internet service provider. Well, I use a Wi-Fi, and I need to hardwire. It's on me. It's time. My show is getting big enough. I need to hardwire. Thank you guys so much. I'm gonna head out. You guys are amazing. Turn on your notifications. Look for my next video. It should probably be out, I'd say Tuesday or Wednesday. We'll see what happens. And then I'll see you next Friday. Thank you guys so very much. Have a great night. Okay, bye.